And we're out.
You got plans?
You bet. $50 million Americans struggle with hunger, but we can do something about it.
Excuse me. What's going on?
Dinner. Please join me in helping put food on their tables. Together, we can feed America.
You guys keep going. I'm gonna get the plates.
Plates?
Find your local food bank at feedingamerica.org/hunger.
Brush, brushy, brush, brushy, brush, brush your teeth. Every day and every night. Now it's your turn, here's what you gotta do. Let them have your toothbrush so that they can brushy, brush your teeth.
Is there really only one substantive difference between the advisory committee's recommendation and the actual warrant article? If that's the case, what is the problem with the recommendation for it to be simply that the seats are filled as opposed to by specific people?
Would one of you care to take that question? And we will have both sides respond.
Let me just say very quickly, and I hope that if others have a point that they want to make, when the warrant article was written, and I could be confused about my dates, but at the time, there were only 3 of us who were being recommended. And it was after that that other residents or town meeting members who signed up or who volunteered to become part of the commission. But at the time, it was only the 3 of us, which is why our names were put forward. And when I say our names, just in terms of we were 3, and they chose not to identify us specifically. But it wasn't like, there were 7 people and they chose the 3 of us and wanted to leave 4 people off in terms of being identified. There was no, sort of hidden plan for us to bring us out forward and leave everybody else like Kay, who I see standing there as another member who is applied.
Arthur, I think Cruz would also.
Yes, and another thing is that every month that we would come to meetings, it seems like something changed. The language is changing. The process is changing. The procedures are changing. It seems like everything was changing for the convenience of the same game in town, so that doesn't change. So you want to say maybe there was an invisible obstacle there?
If I may.
You have 30 seconds, yes.
Oh. The heart of Article 16, really, in my view, is because we don't acknowledge it. We are unable to appoint people of color whose expertise is in race relations to a commission tasked to deal with race relations.
Thank you very much, Marcella.
Well, the answer to your question specifically is, I believe that's the only substantive difference. Quite honestly, I didn't hear anything that I disagree with or that the advisory committee is disagreeing with. We suggest that our language says, town meeting urges the board of selectmen to take the necessary steps to appoint a full complement of members of the commission, preferably including residents from diverse backgrounds and areas of expertise, so that a quorum can be gathered with reasonable certainty, while acknowledging that the commission's mission and structure may be changed as a result of the pending report from the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity. So we are looking for the selectmen to appoint people from diverse backgrounds, including people of color. But we want the selectmen to take their authority and responsibility seriously, and we don't feel it's town meeting's role to name or appoint to specific individuals.
Thanks.
I'm Cornelia Vanderstel, town meeting member from precinct 15, and I am one of the people who has subsequently put my name in as a candidate for membership of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission. As you can see, I don't represent some of the diversity that the people would like to see in town, and that's why I hesitated to do it originally. And in March, I was told by the Board of Selectmen, and not just me, it was at a public meeting.
Civil discourse as opposed to uncivil discourse, but nonetheless, he has the right to speak his mind.
And I'm going to allow the other side to comment, since that was every question is addressed pro and con. Sure. And you can choose amongst yourselves. You have up to 2 minutes to reply.
To reply to the question
Yes,
about
that's correct. It was just presented by Brooks. That's correct.
thank you. Well, it was very interesting to learn that somehow the only person who received this was Mr. Conquest, no one else, not the rest of the petitioners, but also not town meeting members. And Mr. Conquest is a town meeting member, so I did take it as a repression of free speech, and it
need to have this warning, which I personally find completely unnecessary. But somehow it is there time and time again. My request is really for you to focus on the message and the issue, not who delivers it, and not how you feel about the person who's delivering it, not how you feel personally, if individually offended by how uncomfortable it is, the issue being raised. And I think that gets so much in the way of addressing, acknowledging the problem.
Thank you, Marcella. Thank you very much. Next question. Yes. Martha Gray, Precinct 11. Comment question. I'm flummoxed by the situation that we find ourselves here in Brookline, that we have, in this case, several people who want to be on the board, who can bring their voices, their experience, and can help us push ourselves forward to do the important and really difficult work that needs to be done in Brookline so that we can be the community that we say we are. And I'm, in any meeting that I've ever been to about the commission, I'm just totally confounded by why we wouldn't just immediately say to these people who want to give their time, their energy, their experience, and their love of the town, the opportunity to work with us. And I can say that as a member of a multiracial family here in Brookline, my kids grew up here, there is lots of racism. We work together, we try to address it, but if we don't have leaders and community members working together and helping us move out of our zones of comfort, we will not be the community that we say we are and that we really need to be. So on behalf of myself, my family, and our community, I want to thank you for putting yourselves forward, and I do hope we can work together to put you onto the commission. Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes.
All right, please. Would you like the mic? Very good.
Well, it's more of a comment than a question. I'd like to say, yes, well, first of all, I'm Valencia Sparrow, and I am a candidate to be on this commission also. And I'd like to say, yes, when we speak of race, it makes people uncomfortable. When we speak of color, we're uncomfortable. But underneath that color, we're all human, and we face the same problems. And what we're talking about is getting along and making things equal. Now, my question is, and Selectmen hate me for this, but is there anything in the city that, like, is there checks and balances on the Selectmen and on the town council? That's it. On, you know, on what they do in their functions?
Thank you for your question. Each side has 2 minutes to respond, and I'm going to start with Mr. Sandman.
We are collectively, we the voters are collectively we are the ones who select the selectmen and remove them if we feel like that's appropriate. Town meeting, even this resolution, this is not a binding resolution, as submitted or as amended. And I will say, Nancy Daly and Betsy DeWitt both came to the hearings of Selectman DeWitt, Selectman Daly, both came to the hearing that the advisory committee held on this. And one of the things that we heard was, well, a reminder that it's a non-binding resolution and that the selectmen have the right and the responsibility to, or the right to, you know, to do what they want in this particular case. What we want them to do is to exercise their authority and their responsibility, to do the right thing.
Up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to start, but first I'm going to take this to begin with, as Mr. Sandman just now acknowledged. This is a resolution. It is not binding. It is urging the selectmen to take an approach that we as a community think is the way to go. It does not order them to do anything. It cannot. They, by law, have to make the appointments. What varies in his in the version of the advisory committee and the version of the original version is that difference, that we are telling them, asking them, urging them to acknowledge that there are these applicants who deserve to be in the commission. We as members of the commission who have been working in it are attesting to their valuable contributions. Also, I want to say that the combined reports, if you have received them, do not really have the comments that we as petitioners have made in 3 different occasions, attending 3 different meetings to the subcommittee of the advisory committee and the full advisory committee. And I have been saying here what they are. One of the things that needs to be reminded too is that the bylaws of the Human Relations Commission, we are being told that they are being in the process of getting changed via the Selectmen's Committee, Diversity Committee. But those recommendations need to be approved by town meeting. I want to remind you also that that committee does not have any legitimate member from the Human Relations Commission.
Thank you, Maricela. There'll be closing remarks in just a second. So thank you. I think that's the end of our question period, and we're going to move on to closing. And since we started with Arthur and your group, Maricela's group, the first time, we're going to go ahead and let Michael Sandman close first.
Okay. So, unless, and I think it's very unlikely, but unless both the petitioner's version of Article 16 and the advisory committee's amended version are rejected by town meeting, and I certainly hope that won't happen, one way or another, town meeting will be asking the selectmen to fill 8 empty positions on the commission. The advisory committee's resolution in that regard is actually broader than the petitioner's version, in that we want all of the positions, all 8 positions, to be filled, not just the appointment of the 3 individuals that have been specified by the petitioners. The advisory committee took that position because we believe that number one, town meeting should not be selecting people for boards and commissions. We feel like that is the responsibility of the selectmen. And number two, we want the selectmen to be responsible, to exercise that authority in a proper and complete way. That is the reason that we amended the motion as you have it in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I
so you have 1 minute combined. Sure. So just think about that, how you'd like to split that up.
Well, first to clarify, the original article, which is still the motion of the petitioners of Article 16, does ask that the selectmen make subsequent appointments of qualified applicants to the commission beyond the three outstanding applicants who have been waiting for appointment since March of this year. We do want to address the problem that we see very much in need, and despite 40 years having passed, we deem very much valid today to address disparities that happen across the town. Not just the town workforce, not just with the town, the administration, but across the community. And it is pretty clear to me that the responsibilities of the Human Relations Commission are very valid. And I speak of the affirmative action part, I speak about discrimination and complaints, education, and youth resources, advocacy for them.
Thank you very much, Maricela. Please.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't realize I had another,
No,
I've already spoken.
thank you.
I'm happy to speak again, but I don't really think it's necessary.
So,
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Samuel.
We'll now turn to the last warrant article on our agenda for the evening. That's Article 18, which is a resolution regarding surveillance cameras in Brookline. If the speakers could come forward and take their seats at the table.
Yes, thank you. I'm Amelia Coe.
Nice to see you.
Just the moderator.
That's
League of
okay.
Women Voters.
Yeah.
I'm Sarah Wunsch.
Hi.
Sarah, nice to meet you. Oh, thank you, Sean. So you get 2.5 minutes?
I thought we got 5 minutes.
You get 5 minutes amongst the two of you?
He can do
And so
what he has to do, and then
you are
I'll take
entitled,
what's left.
Okay.
right, so you're entitled to break that up in, both of you, both groups are entitled to break that up in any way they'd like.
I know.
Break it up anyway. Our last discussion of the night relates to Article 18 on cameras. And I'm going to start with Clint Richmond, Frank Farlow, and Sarah Wunsch. So is that, I'm assuming that's your group?
No.
No, you're
Nope.
police chief. You must be police chief.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so is that you guys? Sarah Wunsch?
I'm Sarah.
Okay.
Frank.
I don't know.
Frank's not speaking. I was just a little confused. Thank
That's
you.
fine. We didn't coordinate.
All right. Does Clint
So
get
you
to
have
start?
opening remarks,
Okay, thank you.
and you have up to 5 minutes in total.
Okay, thank you. My name is Clint Richmond. I'm a co-petitioner and town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'd like to start with a little history on how we got here. We've been having this debate for 5 years. Our current situation is the cameras are on for 8 overnight hours per day. This is a compromise we do not seek but have accepted. However, the chief and others, such as the Oversight Committee, have continued to argue for 24/7 operation. If this were not the case, we would not be bringing this warrant article at the present time. Since keeping the cameras it seems to keep inviting more hours, and we think eventually more features and more cameras, we are asking to reaffirm the resolution from 2009 town meeting, spring town meeting, to remove them. This resolution returns us to the fundamental question of what kind of society do we want? And part of this involves what kind of police force do we want? So we oppose permanent mass surveillance because we think it compromises the core American values of freedom and liberty. I believe that we should be able to walk down the street and not be continuously photographed by our government, just as we have for over 200 years. Furthermore, I believe that we are not honoring the fundamental religious principle of the inherent worth and dignity of every person if every person is constantly under surveillance in a perpetual dragnet, waiting for them to do something wrong or be suspected of doing something wrong. Mass surveillance chills our rights to free expression and assembly enshrined in our Constitution. I believe that the police department can provide all due assistance to our security agencies without conducting mass surveillance. Mass surveillance is undermining our relationship to the police and militarizing our public spaces, including various buildings that are used in the networking of the cameras, I might add. So we now have security clearances for some police officers that I think can complicate our ability as civilians to oversee our police department. One change in the last 5 years has been in the growth of private cameras, which do not pose the same threats to privacy and civil liberties as a network of government cameras. Private cameras are used by the police on a regular basis, and in our opinion, have eliminated the need for mass surveillance. I think that together, we can continue to work towards a society and world that becomes stronger and safer by solving its ills and respecting human dignity and human rights at the same time. Please join with the Jewish Alliance for Law and Social Action, the Bill of Rights Defense Committee, and the ACLU in support of Article 18. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Wunsch. I live on Brook Street in Brookline. I also work for the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts. As Clint said, in 2009, town meeting by a wide margin voted a resolution to not allow these Department of Homeland Security funded, permanently placed police surveillance cameras. The only thing that's really changed since that time is that we have learned a huge amount more about government abuses and surveillance. And if anything, I think it is really important now to send a message from Brookline that this is not a society that should operate in that way. And I know the chief will say, we just have 11 cameras. They're a tool for us. We want them on 24 hours a day. I don't think that's the point, that there's just 11 and they don't take very good pictures. The point is, this is building an infrastructure for government surveillance. And it is not the hallmark of a free society. So I think it's very important for the town to send the message that we are opposed. It is a resolution. Article 18 is a resolution telling the selectmen that that's the kind of society we want to live in, one in which we are not watched at all times as we go about our business. There are people who will say, gee, you're arguing a slippery slope. I don't care about these 11. I'll worry about the massive structure when we get there. I think that's the wrong way to look at this also. This is part of a whole infrastructure that is being built. And if you wait until, 500 cameras are requested, it will be too late. We need to take the steps now to send the message. I also know that people say, oh, there's so many private cameras, who cares about these few government cameras? There is a difference between private cameras and government police cameras, and make no mistake about it. There are the ability to network. We are part of the greater Boston area system. Those records can be shared. They can be made part of a public records request. Some people say they like the cameras because they feel safe. There is absolutely no evidence that these kinds of cameras make us safe. There are steps that can be taken that have been shown to make people safer. Things like improved lighting, good community policing techniques. There is no evidence that these kind of cameras are effective in that way. And even though we all want to be safe, but simply making policy based on our feelings is not the way this town ought to operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now 5 minutes for your side as well. Hi, Chief.
Hi. All right, thank you. Ian Pollenbaum, Town Meeting Precinct 6. I'm also on the Oversight Committee. This really is a classic case of feelings and fears versus facts. And I know it's ironic to put it that way. My day job, I prosecute murders in Boston. Video is used all the time to great effect and without much complaint. I don't think we're so special and so different in this bubble because we're just across the line. I know it's ironic because the government does use fear to justify measures, and there's plenty to be worried about. And you can't work in local and law enforcement in Boston in the history we've had without agreeing with that and respecting those fears. It's just not a good fit with these cameras. The cameras at 11 public intersections on Route 9 and Beacon Street, it's not enough to say, well, these are of a piece with these intrusive measures into people's private doings. What has happened in 5 years? One thing that's happened in 5 years is that the fears about these cameras have not come to pass. They're not run as continuous surveillance. They're not run as tracking individuals, and they're not practical to be used for that. They're not used to look into homes. They're not used as a perpetual dragnet. The factual record, that's the other difference from 5 years ago, is you have a factual record that shows that the video footage does help in cases large and in cases small. I shouldn't really call them small because even a traffic accident is not small to the person involved. The other thing the factual record shows is that these cameras are highly regulated, and that's the difference from private cameras. Private cameras, people can do absolutely whatever they want. There's no regulation whatsoever for the purpose, the extent, the use And the use is transparent. The police department issues those periodic reports, dates, times, locations, types of incidents, why footage was requested. Everybody who's going to vote on this warrant article, it behooves you to read those things, and it behooves you to read the detailed selectmen's policy. There's also the biggest statistic of all, which is 0, as in almost 4 years under the current special order, 0 allegations of any misuse of these cameras, let alone any documented instances. So you can't just use, the buzzwords of networking and NSA and drones and dragnet and surveillance, and you hear enough of those, you freak out. The selectmen didn't feel that way. They voted 5-0 against this warrant article as a recommendation. Most of the advisory committee felt the same way, and I suggest to you as town meeting members that unless you're very carefully selecting your sample, most of your constituents now feel that way too, because they see the facts that have happened versus whether the fears have panned out. And I'll leave some time for the chief.
Good evening. Chief Dan O'Leary from the Police Department. We have been talking about these cameras since 2009, and we've been talking about it because before we even installed them, before we even purchased them or accepted them from the UASI group, we brought it before the town and asked the town to start having public hearings as to whether or not we wanted to go forward with these cameras. And the decision was made to go ahead and go forward, and we did. And we initially put the cameras up. We put them on major thoroughfares, major intersections, and it was done to assist in the evacuation in case an emergency happened within the city of Boston, but it was also being done to keep the thoroughfares open into and out of the Longwood Medical area. But at that time, it was clear to me and a lot of other people that there are other uses that we could have used it for, and we wanted to make the public aware of the things that we knew that we could use these cameras for. Now, they're fixed on traffic poles at the major intersections. They cannot be used for surveillance. They cover the area within the intersection. They don't go down the street and follow after somebody. There is no way you can do that. But we have used them to handle major events, including the Boston Marathon. We've used them during major snowstorms, major storms, major events, major traffic incidents. We've used it for criminal investigations. We've removed drunk drivers from the road because of it. We've been able to resolve accidents. We've solved crimes by using these. Some pretty dangerous crimes, pretty heinous crimes too. And I take exception when people say that the cameras do not improve safety, because if you can get a rapist off the street on a plea for over 20 years, 2 rapists, that's pretty much a pretty good move at making Brookline a little bit safer. There's a lot of times we get crimes reported to us. They're not necessarily take place. We don't believe they take place. The cameras speak for themselves. We've had 2 incidents in town where people have reported armed robberies, one in Brookline Village, one in Coolidge Corner, that could have increased a lot of fear among the people in the community. Through the cameras, we were able to put holes in the story. The people recanted the story, and it didn't come out and make people nervous about walking our streets. That, I think, is a value of the cameras.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to speak. People with questions should please come to the mic. And if you wouldn't mind identifying yourself.
Jessie Rossman with the ACLU of Massachusetts. With all due respect, I disagree a bit with the characterization that talking about the NSA or federal surveillance or statewide surveillance are merely buzzwords. I think if there's one thing that we've learned, certainly over the past 6 months, it's regardless of agreements that may be in place, if there's a technical capacity for sharing to occur, it can and sometimes will be done regardless of what a paper agreement says. And there certainly have been several instances over the past 6 months where we have seen the NSA and other federal organizations routinely violate agreements and or constitutional maxims when it comes to invading our privacy. And I'm concerned that in this instance, it appears that there certainly is the technical capacity for additional sharing and additional technology to be added to these cameras. And I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on that and what kind of message Brookline can be sending about not standing for this in this community. Thank you.
And please, feel free to start, Chief.
Sure. Before we even put the cameras up, we wrote a policy, and the policy has become a model for what I think a lot of progressive police departments around the state. We're giving it to them to design their own. In the policy, it sets out explicit reasons when we can share information on the images. Right now, every one of those images that are recorded from the cameras are kept in the Brookline Police Station. They are not networked to other departments. Other departments cannot get the information that's on that video unless we give it to them. When everybody talks about the NSA, I don't think the NSA is really concerned about 11 traffic cameras that are up on the major intersections in the town of Brookline is really helping their way to get information on citizens. We look at it as a way to keep Brookline a lot safer. We're not looking at it to share information with the federal government that would add to people's concerns and fears of the government. We're looking at it as a way to make Brookline safer. I think we have plenty of instances where we've been able to use the footage from these cameras to help in our efforts. There was a comment made earlier that it changes the outlook of the police department. No, it does not. We try to make as many advances as we can in technology to provide the best level of public safety for the residents of our town. The use of cameras, whether it's the 11 public cameras or the private cameras, are an excellent way to help us in our criminal investigations, help us get the people off the streets that are hurting our citizens. And I think these 11 cameras have shown their worth to us, and I don't want to see them taken down.
Thank you very much. Clint or Sarah, you have up to 2 minutes to respond.
Okay. We can't base policy for the town on who the current chief is. There will be other chiefs. We need to base policy on evidence. And I think there has never been an adequate study of the cameras in Brookline and their relationship to preventing crime. In other places, for San Francisco, for example, the University of California, Berkeley, did a valid study, I would say, very academic and thorough. That's never been done here. The Camera Oversight Committee now has supporters of the cameras on it. They are not people with the skills. I wouldn't have the skills to do that kind of evaluation. The NSA is an example of where we're going. And that's why, nobody's saying these cameras are connected to the NSA, but the NSA represents something that this society needs to take very seriously. And that's why I think the question came up about the relationship to the NSA. What we've learned about the NSA is what we need to be learning about the whole system, the infrastructure that enables the police and the government to keep an eye on us at all times when we are going about our daily business. So I think they're very legitimate questions, and there is an absolute need for town meeting to have its voice heard on this important issue.
Have any more time? I would just add that, we don't have to go as far as Washington to find issues of inappropriate use of this kind of technology. The Boston Police Department, which is the lead in our DHS region, has been shown to be spying on local peace groups like Veterans for Peace and Code Pink. Things do happen. People are human. That's why we want to. That's why we're saying that maybe this is too powerful to give to a local police force. And let's, we can keep the secret stuff with the secret agencies.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. John Bassett, town meeting member, Precinct 6. I have 3 questions, although 2 might be very short. Can I ask 3 questions?
Yes, you may.
These are, I think, mostly for the chief, at least at first. Do you have plans to keep the cameras on 24 hours or 24/7? Is that what you would like to do?
That is what I'd like to do. I don't have the final say on it. We appeared in front of the camera committee. The camera committee had recommended 4-0 to approach the Board of Selectmen to put them on 24 hours. That has not been done yet. Board of Selectmen has not taken it up.
Right, thanks. And if you had your druthers, would you get more cameras, and would DHS pay for them?
Well, that's not in the plans. I have not had plans. I have not made any agreements with anybody to add any more cameras to our system.
Right, thanks. I guess the last question is, as I remember, you agreed to keep the data from the cameras for a limited time, something like 2 weeks, and then to destroy it. Is that right?
That's correct. We have a retention policy of 14 days, and then the camera video footage is recorded over. The exception to that is if we're using it for an investigation and it becomes evidence, we then have to follow our evidence policy. We make a copy of the section of the video that pertains to the case that we're investigating. It gets reduced to a DVD and submitted into our evidence officer to retain as part of our evidence for the case.
Right, that makes sense. But could your intention to destroy it or to record over it be, overruled by a superior agency, by a state or federal agency or a court? There must be ways in which you could be required to keep information longer than 2 weeks.
Well, John, one issue with the 14 days is that, and I know 14 days was part of the agreement because one of the apprehensions people have is this stuff being kept too long, because people think the longer it's kept, the more nefarious purpose it can be served. The problem is there's a state law that's very clear that a video or audio generated by a municipal agency, whether it's considered a public record eventually or not, must be kept. More accurately, the state statute refers to regulations. Those regulations say that video or audio by municipality must be kept for 1 month. And so, two problems then with the 14-day period. One is the town is violating the law every single day by overwriting this stuff after 2 weeks. The other problem, and there was a mention of the camera committee having supporters on it. I'm a prosecutor who's used this stuff in cases. I came on telling the selectmen I supported them. 2 members of the committee are criminal defense attorneys who were very skeptical. And one of the reasons they came around to it is the potential for relevant or possibly exculpatory evidence. What the chief alluded to was showing that crimes didn't happen or didn't happen the way people said. And as a practical matter, if a defendant wants some footage to try and prove that, by the time they get to their next court date after arraignment, those 2 weeks have probably passed and it's gone. So those are the issues surrounding the retention period. It's not before town meeting, but I hope it's responsive to your question.
Ian, thanks. Are you saying that we could comply with the intent of the original 2-week rule and the state law by simply keeping it for a month and then destroying it?
Well, ironically, the selectmen's policy says it shall be destroyed after 14 days unless otherwise required by law. There's at least an argument that it's otherwise required by law right now, but we're still asking the selectmen to make the call on that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask if this side, you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. So the number of DHS cameras has been increasing over time. The initial allotment did not include, was a phase 1, which did not include Boston or Cambridge or Somerville. And Boston itself has increased DHS cameras over time. So it's not, I mean, you know, we say we have 11 now, but the system of which we're a part has been growing, even if we haven't. And it's not to say that we can in the future. And DHS giving them away has distorted our normal budgetary process. It's our contention that these cameras, with their modest benefits in crime fighting and traffic monitoring and so forth, don't meet any kind of common sense cost-benefit analysis. And if these were such a great tools, then I think the chief would be requesting them out of his regular budget. So the fact that we're using this DHS funds, these enormous billions of dollars from DHS, is not really kind of a real basis for making a decision. Sarah, we got one more minute.
I got 1 more minute.
You're not required to use it.
We can save it for later.
I'll help everybody out by not talking more.
Okay. All right. Next question.
Hi, George Abbott White, town meeting member, precinct 9. So I have it was alluded to by sort of both sides, as it were, but I guess my question is, are there no good uses for cameras? Let me just, okay. Are there no good uses for cameras? So, you know, I've been here 40 years. Snow's not as bad as Detroit, but So the cameras can't possibly serve any purpose for that. I've seen a few traffic accidents in Brookline, and there's no use for the cameras whatsoever in terms of tie-ups. We had a horrendous marathon situation, and a lot of, let's face it, panic throughout this part of the Commonwealth. So the cameras served or could serve no purpose in those kinds of situations. So I'd like folks to respond. And the other thing is, maybe the chief can help on this. How good are they? There was a remark that they were sort of fuzzy or you couldn't tell what was going on, but my iPhone can take, fabulous, I don't have the 5C, but fabulous images. So I imagine this stuff, I wonder, is it good? Is it not good? Because if it's good, I guess it would hold up in court, and if it's fuzzy...
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Okay, 2 minutes.
Of course, cameras have some good purposes. We have never opposed temporary cameras. We've never opposed cameras for special events. We've never opposed cameras temporarily in locations where there was a crime problem. But there's a huge difference between those uses and the installation of really permanent police surveillance cameras. When these cameras were originally proposed, we were told they were going to help in evacuations from Boston in case of some huge emergency. People really laughed at that because the truth is we know in Brookline where our intersections get jammed on a daily basis. So you don't need the cameras for that purpose. Look, there are tools which could make us absolutely safe. You could have a camera everywhere recording any bad deed that ever gets done, but we choose not to live like that. So I think there is a balance here, and what we're asking for is we have cameras that can be used on a temporary basis in special locations. The marathon bombings, there were sufficient private cameras that really captured the images that were necessary. You don't need the government-installed permanent watching of us. And it's not a matter of privacy in public places, it's a matter of what some people call anonymity, the right to go about your business in public places without being watched and potentially followed, because the technology is there to give us better quality images, to give us the tracking and the facial recognition. The Registry of Motor Vehicles already keeps a facial recognition database. So we have to decide how we want to live and what messages we want to send to the selectmen and to the country about what kind of a nation this is.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any more time?
And, excuse me?
Okay.
The two of you have 2 minutes to respond. Up to.
Sure. The cameras that we're talking about, if they are removed, they take away the tool that we have along the major intersections. When they're talking about special event cameras not being opposed, well, these are used for special events. We have a lot of walks in town. We have the marathon. We have the bike rides. We have runs through town. And we use them to manage and to make sure that people don't get hurt, or if they do get hurt, that we can get medical assistance to them. The closest thing to an evacuation Boston has had in the time that we've had here it was during that marathon. And we did use the cameras to keep one side of Beacon Street closed down. And we used that to get emergency medical people into the medical center and to get buses up and down the inbound side of Beacon Street to make sure that the runners got picked up and got brought to safety. You asked about how good the cameras are. You cannot see people's faces. However, you can see enough to help you in a court of law. And I'll give you a couple of instances. The horrendous kidnapping and rape that we had up in Coolidge Corner, right after the cameras were put up. We were able to see the truck that these people stalked that woman with. And we were able to see right down to the make, model, color of the truck, and the fact that it had a door replaced on it. We took it to a mechanic shop. They told us the exact year, date, and time, date of the truck. We were able to do our investigative work, and within 2 days we had one person under arrest. Within 4 we had the other subject under arrest. We could see an accident in Coolidge Corner where a woman came over an island, knocked down a sign, parked on the side of the road. When the officer showed up, she said she was not the driver, that her boyfriend jumped out of the car and ran away. We were able to put her under arrest. It was a second offense for driving under. I thought it was good to get her off the street. She needs to get some help. She's not supposed to be driving a car. So they give us enough images, enough clarity that we can come out and we can see, and we can let it go in court, or put it forward in court, that people can make a decision whether they want to go to trial or not. It does not allow us to see people's faces. It doesn't allow us to see what they're reading, but it gives us enough to go on.
Thank you. Are there more questions? And if you would identify yourself, please.
Good evening. My name is Frank Farlow. I'm a town meeting member and co-chair of Brookline PACS. Since town meeting originally opposed installation of these DHS-funded cameras by a vote of 2-1, PACS has been particularly concerned about the slippery slope that the town has stepped out onto when it acquired them. I'd like to point out that we no longer have to make questionable guesses about the slipperiness of that slope. First, it was 2 mobile cameras. Then it was 12 stationary DHS cameras. Next, it was an automated license plate reader that takes 1,000 photos per minute. Now there are some cameras in Brookline Housing Authority buildings, and at the last town meeting, we learned for the first time that cameras are also in operation at several of our schools, with more coming. The 2 mobile cameras, previously used only for special investigations, have recently been operated in one location for extended periods, just like the DHS cameras. And now the current proposal is for 24/7 operation of the cameras.
Thank you very much for your question.
That's 6 steps down the slippery slope in just 4 years.
Thank you, Frank. I don't think that was actually a question, so I wasn't going to refer that. Is that acceptable?
I can respond if you think it's appropriate.
If you respond, I'm going to let both sides respond, and that's acceptable to me if you'd
Yeah,
like.
I mean, I'll consider it a germane talking point.
Very good.
Which kind of illustrates, I'd have to say, the kind of conflation of these cameras, fixed cameras in public intersections, with the most intrusive measures that the government has. I mean, things that people are concerned about that really talk about people's private activities, private communications, emails, phone, financial transactions. And again, it's really not a good fit to just say it's all on the same slippery slope and that's the only analysis you need. The philosophy seems to be then technology is leaping forward, and there are more and more ways that technology can be abused by the government and other people and private corporations, and I'll get to that in a second. And yet local law enforcement should stay behind. Everybody out there, companies, individuals, other government agencies, have all these tools that can be used in all kinds of ways, good and not so good. But let's not make them available to the police department under a highly regulated regime of operation. That just doesn't seem to make any sense. It's also a little puzzling to hear fellow progressives, because I do consider myself one, give private cameras a pass in order to make their point about government cameras. You need to ask yourself, are you really more worried about these cameras than you are about what corporations do with footage to monitor their customers, monitor their employees, exercise control in much more meaningful and much more mysterious ways, because none of it's transparent. So I hope that Frank's point got you thinking about some of these things.
Thank you. There is a big difference between the government watching us and a private business or a bank having a camera. And there are limits, actually, on what private businesses can do to their own employees. So I think that we're here to talk about the government, which is supposed to be answerable to us. And
the government spying or surveilling us. There are other societies in the world where that does go on to an incredible extent. And it's fair to ask the question, do we want to live in one of those kinds of societies? We're not Luddites, not wanting any technology for our police department, but it is fair to say, how is the government using the various types of technologies? They will get improved technology down the road. We know it. And that's why it is important to begin to say, you haven't actually shown, one, that these are effective in making us safer. It hasn't been adequately studied. The annual report from the chief just gives some incidents about traffic accidents that have been helped and various other incidents, but that's not the kind of study you need. And even if it were an effective tool, we have to make decisions about whether we want the camera on every corner with the best technology that could possibly prevent crime or solve every crime. We don't really want to live that way. 30 seconds.
I would also add that private cameras are not public record the same way that our government cameras are. The private cameras are not part of a network. And we've been solving crimes for 200 years without cameras. I don't know why suddenly we need this magical solution is going to solve so much. The cameras have not been helpful, according to the chief's report, in any Part A violent crimes for the first part of 2013. And we have thousands of crimes every year, violent crimes. And in 2010, it was 0.2% of the Part A crimes were captured, or where the cameras were of any assistance. So it's easy to trot out a few anecdotes, but that's not the bread and butter of our police department. And it's in the dispatch office. Someone's watching it, but it's really not as central to its crime fighting or public safety function.
Thank you.
Amy Hummel, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. So I had a lot of notes down, but I'll keep it brief. I don't think the question quite got answered. If DHS were to offer us more cameras, would we take them? Or what would that be? Like, is this enough? I felt like there was a bit of a punt there on that response. So I'd actually like to hear more of an answer to it. If those were offered, free from the town budget, realizing that, of course, we're paying for it anyway through our federal tax dollars. It's not free. It's just coming out of a different pot. But, I think that's an important question. And, we've already paid for the ALPRs. It came out of other monies in there, that's the automatic license plate reader, which is scooping up all of our licenses, no matter where you're parked, even in your own home. So we've paid for that. So, what would be willing to pay for that? What do we need as a town that way, particularly when the cameras really sound like they've mostly been used to affirm the good police work that our department does, and to do sort of things after the fact. And then my other question is, and I'd asked this earlier, but I'd like a full answer, really, is the mobile cameras. We have two. I believe one is just positioned singularly on Harvard Street, and I could be wrong, but I believe it's there because there is such low crime here, so it hasn't needed to move a whole lot, which I realize is not completely easy to do. But when there was a spate of crime in North Brookline, I wonder if one of that mobile camera was put there, and if that helped in any way, because there were a lot of private cameras that were helpful and good police work, and I'm, because I think that's an important thing to know. We're investing things this way. There seems to be a push to have this all-seeing eye, and when most of the data shows that it is not, in fact, prevent crime. It may take a few people off the street here and again, but they come back and there are others who replace them, and there's tons of data to show that here and in the UK. So, what really is the purpose? I'm not sure, other than cleanup, how useful they've been. So this mobile camera I'm wondering about, and what if we did get offered more cameras?
If we could offer more cameras, it's not a decision for me to make. I mean, everybody here is talking about the slippery slope and facial recognition and everything else. Every time something like that is even contemplated or looked to go at, I would have to come back in front of the Board of Selectmen and ask their permission to make a correction or an update in their policy, and that brings it out to public debate. It's not a decision for me to make. If I was going to do anything like that and change that policy at all, it comes back to the public forum for the public to discuss, much like we're doing here tonight. And your other question about it being a public crime-fighting function, or it's not helping, I dispute that. I mean, I know that Clint just made mention of Part A crimes. Well, you got to remember, these cameras are only on from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. You don't get, we don't, there's not a lot of people out for Part A crimes to occur within the 11 intersections that we have had. We have used these cameras to help us solve crimes. I mentioned a couple of them. And I'll give you another one that helped us with. If we can take these cameras, the images from these cameras, even if the crimes don't occur there, but we can see a subject fleeing from a scene, we can put that subject along the pathway. And the thing was, it's not that it reaffirms our good police work, it really assists good police work, and it really assists the way we can go about prosecuting people and to get the bad guy off the street, which is really our job to do, to make Brookline a little bit safer. I just think that we're not giving these cameras the value that they really have to us. And it's impossible to put a dollar figure on it. Everyone keeps saying that it's not cost effective. Well, it is cost effective, because we try whatever avenue we can to make a proper solution to a crime and to properly investigate a crime. If we can get an image from a camera and we can get an identification made, I think you all remember the spate of armed robberies we had in North Brookline. And yes, we do have a camera down in North Brookline. And we had a spate of robberies going on in there. And we had armed robberies, people coming in here with guns. We had photographic images of 3 of those armed robberies. Well, all those subjects were arrested really quickly, right after their armed robberies, all based on us being able to capture images from the cameras. Were they our cameras? No, because the times that they occurred, they were shut off.
Thank you,
There were
Chief.
other cameras, and that's how we got the identifications made. Value of cameras.
Thank you, Chief. Up to 2 minutes.
So the private camera you just mentioned that helped in the armed robberies, where was that?
One camera was at Dexter Park. One camera was on Brookline housing property. The other camera was on
Right, so
transit property.
So we don't have any public cameras in that area. So even if we had 24-hour operation,
We don't have surveillance cameras throughout the town. We have cameras up on 11 intersections. We have mobile cameras that we will put up when we have a specific crime or another neighborhood problem occurring that the cameras can help us with. And that is it. It is not a mass surveillance. There's not cameras in every way. There's much more private cameras where the people are willing to give us those images to help us, along with images from our cameras, to make Brookline a little bit safer.
what percentage of the time are the mobile cameras being used for crime fighting?
I don't have an answer for you on that.
Half, quarter?
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, great. Next question.
Cornelia Vanderzeel, town meeting member from Precinct 15. It's interesting to hear someone talk about the fear of cameras, whereas cameras are being sold and people's fears are being used to bolster the use of cameras, in what I've seen when the public hearings I've gone to about this. And the other comment about cameras not being run continuously, I know that's what the police department would like to do. So, I mean, that's a reality. The questions I have is, I understand that the video can be asked for by, I don't know who else, I'd like to know who, and if that's ever happened in the last 4 years. The other thing is, after the marathon bombing and after the second suspect was arrested, how long did those cameras stay on after that? And why?
We kept the cameras on for a period of time, probably several weeks, to make sure that we thought that it was in the best interest of the public safety to keep the cameras on in case something else was to occur.
And that was 24/7, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our system, just to show you our transparency, our system, when we turn those cameras on, notifications go out to each member of the Board of Selectmen. They're aware when those cameras go on and the reasons why we put them on. So it's not that we can put a camera on and then hide it. Each time we turn the camera on those off hours, somebody gets a notification. And then we respond as to why we turn them on, so they know that. And your first
So the
question?
other question was, have you ever been asked for the videos by anyone? And so I'd like to know who asked for them and how often that has happened.
We've been asked once for the video aside from the court, and the gentleman that asked for it is seated right over here, Clint Richmond. So maybe you could ask him.
So how many times has the court asked?
We've provided them to the court on a number of occasions for court cases
And that's it?
in Clint.
Now, Chief, I seem to remember a police patrol car accident where it was requested by the TAB and published on their website.
Oh, well.
And I thought it had also been used in accident cases, too.
I would, accident cases?
Yeah, have had people requested the video to resolve accidents?
We have not had video provided to the public
Make
on
us
accidents.
speak.
They may have called to request, and then they were not covered as part of it, but the only one that make a FOIA request was you.
But this raises an important point, which is that private cameras are not subject to the state public records law. So I can't go to Bank of America and say, I want to see your video footage from last week. I can go to the town and say, I'm requesting video footage from the camera at Coolidge Corner. And I would be entitled to have that. Yes, anybody can request any public record, subject to certain exemptions which don't really apply here. So in general, I mean, you're saying these are things that happen out in the public, so it's not private, right? So I should be able to request that video.
Great. Thank you very much for your question. Next.
Diana Spiegel, town meeting member from Precinct 2. I voted against the installation of the cameras, but I live in Sector 1 where there were multiple muggings, many of them armed, last winter, and I helped to organize a meeting of neighbors on a very snowy night, February 11th, and over 100 people came when all the schools were closed. They opened Devotion School just for us. And I'm now feeling really concerned because I talked to my neighbors and constituents, and people felt safer with cameras, both public and private. And I feel as though some people want no cameras at all, some people want them on 24 hours a day, and that perhaps the current plan of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is a compromise.
Thank you.
Do we get to speak to Diana's?
Yeah, we have closing remarks.
Oh, okay.
So, and I think this is going to call it a night, so we're going to move on to closing remarks. And having started on my right, I'm going to start on my left with the closing remarks. So, Chief Daniels and Ian, if you would please go through your closing remarks. And you have up to 1 minute.
Okay. First, off the clock, I'll just say some of us have law degrees here, so asking us to have those time limits is both sadistic and brilliant, so I commend
He's
you for
using
that.
his time, isn't he?
Okay.
Thank you,
I hope that was
He's
exempt,
trying to
because
charm
it
you.
was content neutral.
I think Ian's used half his time.
Oh, no.
I hope.
I don't mind if you get an extra
I'm
13
kidding.
seconds.
Just kidding.
The bottom line, again, is really, what's the practical utility? I would urge people in town meeting before voting on this to do a few things. One is go across the street, 20 minutes those screens go on. If you haven't seen the screens in the lobby of the Public Safety Building, go over there and look at them. It's not going to delay your bedtime too much longer. So you know what we're looking at, what they can look at, what we're talking about. Second, read that Board of Selectmen policy. Third, take a look at the reports in terms of the numbers of incidents and the numbers of potentially missed incidents. The second thing, and this gets back to the philosophical aspect, is I really urge you not to vote a certain way just because you think you want Brookline to send a message, that Brookline has to keep its status and maybe we're in some kind of competition with Cambridge. Cambridge is an awesome place. My family lived there for 27 years, but it's not a model in every way of how to run a city. I'll just leave that at that. We don't need to do something just because Cambridge might be doing it, or to send a message of how we feel about other things the federal government is doing. This is local law enforcement and public safety policy, and it really should be based on practicality and common sense, what we urge the selectmen to do. Thank you.
Up to 1 minute.
If there are places where there are multiple muggings, for example, the mobile cameras can be put there and can be used to solve those crimes. And I hope that would address people's feelings on that issue. I think it is important to send a message in order to at least stay with the current system, which is the evening hours. Because if Article 18 is rejected, I fear that both the chief and the Board of Selectmen will think that they can go ahead now and expand however much they want. So I think sending a message is actually very important. And I'd like to say to people who might watch this on cable TV, if you want more information, the ACLU has a statement about Article 18. If you go to privacysos.org and search under Brookline, you will get the blue sheets, which I brought some of and are at the back of the room. And I do hope people will vote in favor of Article 18.
Thank you both, and a good evening to you all.
Thank you very much, and I just have one quick announcement and a few thank yous. As was just pointed out, there are some handouts from various speakers. Feel free to pick them up as you leave. Thanks again to the TMMA and Harry Friedman for providing refreshments and helping to organize. To other BNA board members, and particularly Dan Saltzman, the co-chair. To the League of Women Voters for providing a timekeeper, Lee Cook Childs, to enforce our sadistic yet brilliant time limits. And especially to Amelia for being such a wonderful moderator. Thanks to all of you for coming tonight and to all of the speakers. And remember, this is being broadcast and will be rebroadcast by Brookline Access Television. If you really like this, you can watch it again. I'm sure it'll be repeated several times. Thanks to all of you. Good night.
Enjoyed the book, read the movie.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate your doing this. It's a tough job.
Developed by the highest scientific minds, constructed of the most advanced materials, with cutting-edge weaponry built for one purpose. PRFX 12,000 is bred for war. Search, destroy, apprehend, disarm, clean, wait. What? My name is Rocco. When the funding dried up, I got sold at auction. Now I'm a servant. It's not so bad. This is my human, Marissa. I gotta stress enough the damage to my... Sometimes it's hard to be a robot.
And where have you been?
And then you get all miserly.
Miserly? Miserly?
She has other humans too.
We're doing a report on Batman?
God, look, there's a lady with a said unicorn on her back.
Unicorn!
They are hard to figure out.
Be honest with me. Are you just two little people inside a giant robot costume?
So if he's a bit weird... Well, weirder, I can just switch him off. Okay? Okay. Okay. Consider me surprised.
But somehow, we manage. Watch Marissa and Rocco. A new show from Dogtoon Media.
Hello and welcome. So glad you can join us. We're covering the Northeast now, and our chance of rain is increasing late this week already, seeing the clouds increase on Thursday near Columbus and Pittsburgh, and they're the first to see the rain late Thursday into Thursday night. As for Columbus, we'll get to a high of about 53 for the afternoon, increasing clouds near Charleston down into Roanoke, and still holding on to the sun. We have that in New England. Temperatures will be in the 40s under a partly sunny sky for the afternoon, but they too will see the increase in the clouds by Friday and a pretty good chance of rain to kind of wrap up the week overall. We've had fantastic weather basically all week in the Northeast, and that was all due in part to a high pressure ridge. That high pressure center but is now moving offshore, and we are seeing increasing clouds across the entire area. And as we look at Friday morning, light rain impacting upstate New York, central Pennsylvania, down into the Virginias. That rain continues very light into New England by Friday afternoon and Friday night. It's all with an Arctic cold front. And this front means business, bringing us some serious cold by the end of the weekend. For now, the rainfall shows 1700s in Columbia, Pittsburgh, 1200s in Buffalo. So the light rain is still slowly progressing east, and we are expecting New York, Philadelphia to pick up on some showers, very light into Friday night. Now, as we look at the temperature trend, it shows that all the seasonable mild weather is now on its way out. All that cold is bottled up across the Midwest, and guess where it's going? It is heading into the Northeast to give us quite the chill this upcoming weekend. For New York City, looking at temperatures to be near 54 on Saturday. That's going to be the warmest day out of the two this weekend, because then the temperature slips back into the 40s Sunday and Monday. So as we look at Pittsburgh, kind of same deal here, except they're going to be feeling the brunt of this cold. We'll be near 51 Friday, 27 on Sunday.
But it would be safe to keep your distance until there's no secret that laughter makes you smile. Reliable sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of this dangerous, but it would be safe to until they are returned.
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. Go to discovertheforest.org.
This is your computer. Let's go on the internet.
Let's go. Okay. She's gonna love me all over again. Now.
Jamaica, here you come.
Here we go.
Good job.
Being a dad can be tough.
No. What do you mean she's not coming?
When's the fairy princess coming?
Any minute now.
But when you're willing to do anything...
It is I, Cruz Zinkelpel. Okay, time for cake.
It's always worth it.
I know it's really you, Drew. I'm just pretending for the other kids.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Hello and welcome. So glad you can join us. We're covering the Northeast now, and our chance of rain is increasing late this week already, seeing the clouds increase on Thursday near Columbus and Pittsburgh, and they're the first to see the rain late Thursday into Thursday night. As for Columbus, we'll get to a high of about 53 for the afternoon, increasing clouds near Charleston down into Roanoke, and still holding on to the sun. We have that in New England. Temperatures will be in the 40s under a partly sunny sky for the afternoon, but they too will see the increase in the clouds by Friday and a pretty good chance of rain to kind of wrap up the week overall. We've had fantastic weather basically all week in the Northeast, and that was all due in part to a high pressure ridge. That high pressure center but is now moving offshore, and we are seeing increasing clouds across the entire area. And as we look at Friday morning, light rain impacting upstate New York, central Pennsylvania, down into the Virginias. That rain continues very light into New England by Friday afternoon and Friday night. It's all with an Arctic cold front. And this front means business, bringing us some serious cold by the end of the weekend. For now, the rainfall shows 1700s in Columbia, Pittsburgh, 1200s in Buffalo. So the light rain is still slowly progressing east, and we are expecting New York, Philadelphia to pick up on some showers, very light into Friday night. Now, as we look at the temperature trend, it shows that all the seasonable mild weather is now on its way out. All that cold is bottled up across the Midwest, and guess where it's going? It is heading into the Northeast to give us quite the chill this upcoming weekend. For New York City, looking at temperatures to be near 54 on Saturday. That's going to be the warmest day out of the two this weekend, because then the temperature slips back into the 40s Sunday and Monday. So as we look at Pittsburgh, kind of same deal here, except they're going to be feeling the brunt of this cold. We'll be near 51 Friday, 27 on Sunday.
Developed by the highest scientific minds, constructed of the most advanced materials, with cutting-edge weaponry built for one purpose. PRFX 12,000 is bred for war. Search, destroy, apprehend, disarm, clean, wait. What? My name is Rocco. When the funding dried up, I got sold at auction. Now I'm a servant. It's not so bad. This is my human, Marissa. I can assess enough the damage to my... Sometimes it's hard to be a robot.
And where have you been?
And then you get all miserly.
Miserly? Miserly?
She has other humans too.
We're doing a report on Batman?
God, look, there's a lady with a said unicorn on her back.
Unicorn!
They are hard to figure out.
Be honest with me. Are you just two little people inside a giant robot costume?
So if he's a bit weird... Well, weirder, I can just switch him off. Okay? Okay. Okay. Consider me surprised.
But somehow, we manage. Watch Marissa and Rocco. A new show from Dogtoon Media.
But it would be safe to keep your distance until there's no secret that makes you smile. Why do sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of this dangerous, but it will be safe until they are returned.
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. go to discovertheforest.org.
This is your computer. Let's go on the internet.
Let's go. Okay. She's gonna love me all over again.
Jamaica, here you come.
Here we go.
Good job.
Hello? 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 Check, check. Check.
swap some cups, John. One at the podium and one here.
Okay.
night first.
So you think I should go back to school and figure out what frequencies? Instead of .66, I put .663. 63. That was only like 6/10 of a voter off.
Well, every tenth of a voter counts, you know, Pat.
And we can fix that now, because I think they'll be able to, they can in advance put it, you know, determine the best way. They'd have to save up the main motion, like, so like any amendments that might occur, the VIPs, and that's in the book. That's my problem. They can set up a computer when I graduated. I can't, I look like a nerd. I had the real short hair. Yeah. I never know when to multiply or divide. Moving that decimal kills me.
How are you? Well, Hi, Mel. Just I told two different people passing this stuff out. I want it done in the lobby.
Outside in the lobby.
Yeah, lobby's fine.
Fine with me?
Yeah, just I beg pardon? No, thank you.
Sandy? Hi. This is Mr. Srinivasan. What? Mr. Srinivasan, who had the warrant article last night.
Sorry.
He wondered if we could have a few minutes.
us some voice to why we thought this was useful exposure, given this is the main audience for using the code.
The trouble is, it's an agenda item. We acted on it.
Yeah. You know what? Remind me, because I'm supposed to do a report from the audit committee for the spring town meeting.
Okay.
Which I usually remember to do. Anyway, you remind me, and we'll put in a paragraph from you.
All right.
I don't know how many people read it, but I can say so.
Well, Sandy, it's good to meet you in person.
Yeah, nice to meet you. should sit in the front row.
I am right over here, buddy. Your favorite?
Well, actually, that's not for non-town meeting members. So if you sit in the front row, I'd appreciate
Right
it.
over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
She can as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Miss, huh?
Sarah wants hi. This is Jesse Ross from RJ's. Can you give us any idea where she is on the list?
I'm sorry. This is on 18.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
you're on, but you're at the bottom of the list because we have priorities. There's a priority of course. Well,
doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am advised by the town clerk that we have a quorum. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare a quorum present and call to order the second session of our fall special town meeting. If you take your seats as quickly as possible and can the conversation, we'd all appreciate it. First, another public service announcement. Brookline's 4th annual Climate Week runs from January 20th to January 26th, and please be alert to the activities of this great occasion. We have 3 articles on the agenda tonight, and then we will have completed the warrant. All of the articles are resolutions, and the first is Article 16. The main motion under Article 16 is on page 16-2, entitled Motion to be offered by the petitioners, over to the middle of page 16-3. It's moved by Ms. Ames and seconded by Maralise that the town adopt the following resolution, whereas the Human Relations Commission, etc., in the words of the resolution. A substitute motion is being offered by the advisory committee, and it's found on page 1 and 2 of the orange supplement. Moved by Mr. Sandman, seconded by Mr. Bors. The excuse me, the advisory committee motion has been redlined against the petitioner's motion, and the principal and only substantive difference is in the last paragraph, whereas the petitioner's motion calls for certain specific individuals to be appointed to the commission. The advisory committee motion simply requests that the selectmen go through the appointment process to appoint a full commission. Before we start the debate, I want to say a few words about the decorum of town meeting. This is the second time this subject matter has been before us. The first time last spring. And judging from our experience in town meeting last spring and the conversations on the TMMA listserv and elsewhere, this is a very emotional issue in which a number of you have substantial emotions invested on one side or another of this issue. There have been conversations about freedom of speech, and I want to say a few words about that. Any good First Amendment lawyer will tell you that freedom of speech is not absolute. There are public safety exceptions to untrammeled freedom of speech that are being played out currently in the abortion clinic litigation. And there are limitations on free speech in legislative bodies such as the town meeting. And we'll get to those in a moment. I also want to discuss for a moment the authority of the moderator in conducting our debate at town meeting. The statutory authority is found in principally in sections 15 and 17 of Chapter 39 of the General Laws, and I'll quote a couple of sentences from those sections. The moderator shall preside and regulate the proceedings of town meeting and decide, all questions of order. No person shall address town meeting without leave of the moderator, and all persons shall, at the request of the moderator, be silent. Another source of the authority for the moderator's power is found in our bylaws, which incorporate by reference a volume of procedures entitled Town Meeting Time, which makes quite explicit the powers of the moderator to control the decorum and dignity of town meeting and its debates. These authorities have been supported by a long line of case law, most recently in a case involving the town meeting in the town of Egremont that was decided in the First Circuit Court of Appeals in Boston. In our town meeting, the moderator sets the rules of debate. My objectives are to maintain a respectful attitude among town meeting members for each other and for citizens of the town, and to preserve the dignity of town meeting. I will not allow ad hominem attacks, disparagement, denigration of any person in town or elsewhere, and particularly any person in this town meeting. I will also not allow such attacks on any board or commission that's part of the government of our town, including the Board of Selectmen. Now, as this applies to the debate under Article 16, I expect and encourage speakers to criticize the Board of Selectmen. That's what Article 16 is all about, and will allow that criticism. And comments concerning the unfair impact of the actions or lack of action of the Board of Selectmen. However, I will not allow accusations of the board or any particular selectman of racism, of discrimination, or any other unfair bias. This applies as well to the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission. You may criticize the actions of the commission itself or its inactions. However, you may not accuse particular members of the commission of improper or abusive conduct. Now, we are not going to debate the limitations of constitutional free speech in the course of this debate. We are not going to debate the power and authority of the moderator and the limitations on that power and authority. We are going to debate Article 16. I hope that during this debate you will bear in mind the remarks that I've made and take them to heart. Ms. Ames.
Mariella Ames, co-petitioner of Article 16. It's not easy for me to speak in public, to speak about race and often be rejected. I'm sure it's not easy for you either, but I do it because I have the conviction that our town needs a strong, trustworthy Human Relations Commission. The town's Human Relations Commission, tasked with addressing civil rights and race relations, has been the subject of a moratorium on appointments by the selectmen since April of this year, after 3 qualified people of color, Mr. Arthur Conquest, Cruz Sanabria, and Dwayne Tyndall, submitted their applications. 2 months before the moratorium in late January, the selectmen did not have any problem appointing a white gentleman as a commission member within 2 weeks. The disparity and the appearance of discrimination was brought to the attention of the selectmen in several occasions. While the considerations for these appointments was subject to the moratorium, the town administration promoted a staffer to administrator from the Health and Human Services Department to support the commission, and recently hired a new staff person at about $50,000 salary to support the new administrator and the commission. All these human resources and financial expenditures were made while the commission's responsibility were deemed supposedly up in the air, and while, according to town council, the commission could not function because it lacked quorum. At the heart of Article 16 is our town's poor race relations, disregard of qualifications, and disparate treatment of people of color, lack of equal opportunity and access, complaints of discrimination that go unheard, and exclusion. You are in front of it right now. Our town's track record on race relations is very poor. but we are not able to support people of color who are not only qualified on paper, but have shown consistently their commitment and made valuable contributions to the Commission's mission. They have been waiting now for almost 8 months. Mr. Conquest, town meeting member for 18 years, is known to most of you. I, along with many people of color, proudly recognize his tireless advocacy for social and racial justice, educational equity, diversity, and inclusion. All of these are areas of concern to the Human Relations Commission. Thanks in great part to Mr. Conquest, the town has benefited in the creation of the Brookline Youth Fund, endowed by the country club with $500,000 back in 1999, when he actively brought the issue of diversity to the country club. Mr. Conquest started a program many years ago that some credit as being the first steps to success program. And Mr. Sanabria, who was interviewed in March, has shown an enviable commitment to the Commission's work, bringing his expertise of human relations management, understanding students and veterans' perspectives. He has attended more meetings in the past 14 months than several appointed members. Mr. Dwayne Tyndall works for Boston Fair Housing. It is my understanding that he's still waiting to hear from the selectmen about his application. We have a serious lack of diversity in the upper levels of the town's workforce, and it is not because of a lack of qualified applicants. The fact that in the last 40 years we have not hired or promoted a single Black, Latino, or Asian, or Native American as head of any of the 26 departments is a clear sign of systematic and institutional exclusion of people of color. Both candidates for mayor of Boston 2 weeks ago openly talked about institutional racism, and as painful as it is, I think our town is not exempt. And I wonder how we expect to improve our diversity and inclusion in our workforce when we choose not to support qualified people of color willing to lend their time and expertise on a volunteer basis. I am well aware that racism exists not only in Brookline, and we may not be able to change much about it on a grand scale. But when we become aware of the facts in our own realm and do nothing, 40 years of 0 persons of color at the level of department heads, we contribute not only to perpetuating a perverse conduct, but also blessing its institutionalization. We can do something about it. Let's have the courage to not hide in legal or procedural arguments and do what is right. Some may think the fact that interviews have started in the past 2 weeks render Article 16 moot. That is not the case. The purpose of the resolution is not to tell the selectmen to do their job. That is already in the bylaws, and it is their duty. The purpose of the resolution is to set the direction we'd like our community to follow, to point the road of inclusion, and to be open to the diversity the world around us is going through. I ask that you vote no on the advisory committee's motion and support the petitioner's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sanabria. And I need to make one correction. On the advisory committee motion, Mr. Sandman is not a town meeting member and therefore has no right or power to make a motion before you. And the motion was moved by Carla Benka and seconded by Mr. Boers. Mr. Sanabria.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. My name is Cruz Sanabria, and I live in Precinct 5. And I'm here to speak in favor of warrant Article 16. I am one of the applicants who volunteered to join the Human Relations Youth Resource Commission. I have been involved in meetings for over a year. I grew up poor in Spanish Harlem with 1 parent, 2 brothers, and 5 sisters. I have always wanted to go to college, but the only way that was going to happen was if I joined the Marine Corps and went to Vietnam. I sustained gunshot wounds in combat on my left arm with nerve, muscle, and bone loss. I am a disabled veteran. I was also one of 167 Vietnam veterans who lobbied Congress for a week and marched in Washington, D.C. in 1971 with former Senator and now Secretary of State John Kerry. For the last 14 years, I have taught in the Boston Public Schools as an elementary teacher. My 3 children are the product of the Brookline school system. I have a master's degree in education from Lesley University with 75 graduate credits on top of that. In the past, there has never been, from my understanding, any real problem appointing anyone to volunteer in this non-paying position for the Human Relations Youth Resource Commission. That being said, why are the selectmen now changing the rules? Why didn't they change them 5, 3, or 2 years ago? The real question is why now? Why is it that since March I have been denied this opportunity and have been told on numerous occasions that the rules have to be changed before allowing anyone else into the commission? One of the considerations that was floating around was that a person might need a master's degree in human relations. This position is to help in advocating and promoting the best possible candidate to work, to help improve our race relations, to help educate our community on inclusion, to gain trust, and to get away from exclusion. In essence, for the town of Brookline to become part of the big picture in this country. I am bilingual, and I have been told stories of mistreatment that have occurred in this town to others. I understand the frustration, since I also have been mistreated too. My youngest daughter received a comment just last June as a junior in this school that was unbecoming of a teacher. My daughter said, with a witness there, that she was going to visit some of her family abroad. So the teacher said, and I quote, "To bring drugs back?" Such insensitive comments has no place in our school system or anywhere else in Brookline. The whole thing is particularly puzzling to me, especially during these times when a mayor was elected in Newton, a governor in Massachusetts, and a president in this country. I see a need for a commission to improve our cultural competency across the town. And finally, as Charles M. Blow wrote this Saturday on the op-ed of the New York Times, and I quote, "Racism is a virus that is growing clever at avoiding detection. Race consciousness is real. Racial assumptions and prejudices are real. And racism is real. But these realities can operate without articulation and beneath awareness. For those reasons, some can see racism where it is absent, and others can willfully ignore any possibility that it could ever be present. That is exactly what has happened here in this so-called liberal, rich, educated town called Brookline." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandman.
Thank you. I'm Mike Sandman, speaking for the advisory committee. I'm an at-large member. Article 16 is a non-binding resolution urging the selectmen to fill open seats on the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission. Whatever you may think about discrimination in Brookline, and I personally agree that it certainly exists, the article is really very straightforward. It has two elements. The first element is, as it's submitted by the petitioners, the first element urged that the selectmen appoint enough people to the commission so that it can gather a quorum, which is certainly more than a reasonable request. Part two, the second element, asks town meeting to endorse 3 specific applicants for seats on the commission. In contrast, the advisory committee recommends that all open seats on the commission be filled by May 2014, and that the selectmen should include residents from diverse backgrounds. The only substantive but very important difference between the petitioner's language and the version recommended by the advisory committee is that the advisory committee does not think town meeting should be choosing specific people to serve on a commission. That is the selectmen's job, as Mariella Ames has correctly pointed out, and the advisory committee wants them to do that job. The Human Relations Youth Resources Commission was created in 1970. Since 1970, our view of what constitutes a disadvantaged minority has expanded substantially, and some of the responsibilities assigned to the Commission in 1970 have been taken over by other departments. In May 2013, town meeting asked for a report on whether and how the staff support and underlying bylaw governing the Commission should be revised. The Selectmen's Committee on Diversity was appointed to make that recommendation by May 2014's town meeting. The bylaw that created the Commission calls for 15 members. In April 2012, there were 12 members. In January 2013, the Selectmen decided not to fill open positions on the Commission because the role and perhaps the size of the Commission seemed likely to change once town meeting received the Selectmen's Committee's report. Then, over a surprisingly short time, there was a series of resignations, leaving only 7 active members on the Commission today, so the Commission's been unable to function due to lack of a quorum. Discrimination against minorities may not be as obvious or blatant as it was in 1970, but it still exists, and the Commission still has very important work to do. To do that work, at a minimum, the Commission needs a quorum. Who can represent all of the groups protected by state law, including women, gays and lesbians, the disabled, immigrants, Asians, Latinos, and African Americans. The selectmen who spoke at the advisory committee's hearings on Article 16 emphasized that they did not intend to leave the Commission unable to operate. They were surprised by the multiple resignations that created the current situation. They expressed concern that they might have difficulty finding enough applicants to fill all of the open positions on the Commission, given that its future composition and mission have not been settled. As of late October, there were 7 or more, perhaps by now, applicants for positions on the Commission, the 3 whose appointments the petitioners seek, and 4 others who I understand applied after Article 16 was drafted. 24 of the 25 members of the advisory committee who were present voted against recommending that specific people be appointed to the Commission. It would set a precedent of encroaching on the Selectmen's authority and on their responsibilities. Further, town meeting has no mechanism to vet the applicants. The advisory committee thinks that the Selectmen should exercise their authority and should fulfill their responsibility by bringing the Commission up to full strength, and that they should seek diversity in its new appointees. We want to see the Commission get back to work just as the petitioners do. And we believe that the advisory committee's version of Article 16 sends the Selectmen a proper message that they should do their job without giving that job to either town meeting or to the petitioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest.
I haven't started yet. I have to get my glasses. Sorry.
I'll start over.
Okay. Good evening. Arthur Conquest, Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. I'm speaking in support of the main motion of warrant Article 16 and against the amendment being offered by the Advisory Committee. The one major difference between Article 16 and the amendment being offered, in my estimation, is the elimination of the reference to the subject of race. James Carville, the nationally known political consultant, told former President Bill Clinton during his first run for higher office in 1993, and I quote, "It's the economy, stupid," unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, warrant Article 16 is about race. Racism is America's first sin, and we as a nation don't want to discuss it. Not even the first black president, unless he's forced to do so. This country has committed crimes against humanity when Columbus first encountered the naked, full of wonder Arawaks in 1492, and we continue to this day with the new Jim Crow catastrophe, which is the mass incarceration of some 3 million men and women, a disproportionate of whom are black and Latino. In Brookline, we don't want to touch the subject of race and have rarely done so since 1969,
some 43 years ago when the Human Relations Youth Resource Commission was formed, even though that was the cornerstone of its charter, which is exactly why there are 25 white department heads operating the town. There is no question in my mind, had there been no Article 16, there wouldn't have been the interviews of applicants that have taken place over the past 2 weeks by the Board of Selectmen, especially since I applied to be a member on the commission on the 4th of April, the anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King. The fact that I'm not a company man, or also better known as a house servant, threw a 1-pound box of sugar in the committee's gas tank pipeline. All of a sudden, there was the moratorium on appointments, using some specious justification of halting appointments. But the moratorium didn't prevent the Board of Selectmen from hiring a $50,000 or $60,000 staff person for the commission, while never mentioning it to any of the commissioners, only after the fact. I constantly hear whites in this community announce that they did this during the Civil Rights Movement. They attended the March on Washington, and they met with Dr. King, that they were committed to social justice and so on. There's not one black or Latino or Asian department head at Brookline High School. There's not one black or Latino elected official in town. I lifted the following quote from a story in Sunday's Boston Globe. Quote, "While there are not any people of color serving as department heads, the town has succeeded in hiring women for leadership jobs in recent years that have always been held by white men." And what about black and Latino women?
You have 1 minute, sir.
This is not the Mutual Admiration Society, but Brooks Ames and Mariella Ames have done more for civil rights and social justice in Brookline than anyone I've encountered or heard about in the last 30 years I've lived here. And that's saying a bunch coming from me. Yet they're constantly being vilified and marginalized, even by the folks who call themselves progressive. They not only talk the talk, but they also do the walking as well. They badger me to submit an application to join the commission.
30 seconds.
I don't like being around sick people, so I have refused invitations from Ariel to join time and again previously. She deserves to be Brookline or Pax's Woman of the Year. You have a choice tonight to keep the town of Brookline in the throes of racial isolation and backwardness a la South Boston circa 1970 by voting for the advisory committee's amendment, or you can chart a new course and vote for the main motion of Article 16. The only difference between the two is recognizing the fact that black and Latino and Asian people exist as capable and functioning human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest. Personal thanks for your dignified presentation. Ms. Daly?
Nancy Daly for the Board of Selectmen. I want to say first that there has been a great deal of name-calling and charges of racism in connection with this warrant article that are both offensive and untrue. I cannot recall this level of vituperation and specific personal attacks on any other issue in my years of involvement in town government. A number of people have described it to me as they feel as though they're being bullied. I can say that I have sat on several of the search committees that the town, for the town administrator and some of the department heads over the past several years, and I can categorically state that no applicant has been treated unfairly or with prejudice due to their race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation, etc. However, contrary to what one earlier speaker said, we have had very few minority applicants apply for our jobs. Do we need to do a more aggressive outreach to get a more diverse pool of applicants? Absolutely. I know the Human Resources Director has already begun this work. The town administrator has also worked hard to make recent search committees more diverse, hoping to attract more candidates that way. In addition, the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Inclusion, and Affirmative Action has had some very interesting discussions on this topic and will include specific suggestions in our report to promote this effort. This will likely necessitate allocating more of our scarce resources to the effort, but I think it's worth it. We have also had some irresponsible allegations about specific employee matters. Unfortunately, this is one area in which we cannot be transparent. We have to respect the privacy rights of our employees and applicants, and therefore usually we cannot tell the other side of the story as to employee disciplinary matters or reasons that a specific person was not hired. However, I can say that all of us on the board take any complaints about discrimination or related matters very seriously indeed, and we work hard to reach a fair and appropriate outcome on such matters. As many untrue and unfair allegations of racism in Brookline are having the effect of driving people away. I was recently working with our health department to try and help an elderly woman who was being evicted from her senior housing in Brookline. Although she was in dire straits, she insisted that she did not want to continue living in Brookline because she is African American and she had read in the paper that Brookline was a racist place. This limited our ability to help her. Recently, Mr. Kleckner commented to me that he thought all these unfounded racism charges were going to make it very hard to increase recruiting of minority applicants for Brookline jobs. Should the efforts of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission be directed toward making the town seem completely unwelcoming to minorities who might consider working or living here? I would suggest that their efforts should be directed toward building, not destroying. That brings me to the petitioner's resolution. The Board of Selectmen takes its responsibility to make appointments very seriously. We interview candidates, we consider complaints we might have received about specific candidates, and we look at how they have been or might in the future interact with the public and town staff in order to accomplish the goals of a specific board or commission. This appointing authority is appropriately an executive function and has been designated to the board. About a year and a half ago, we started looking at the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission. Not only was Stephen Bressler planning on retiring, but it was clear that the bylaw was seriously out of date. Some of the responsibilities that were in the 40-year-old bylaw had in fact been given to other departments, but the bylaw never updated to reflect that. The Selectmen set up the Diversity, Inclusion, and Affirmative Action Committee to review that bylaw and suggest an updated version and to look at related matters.
You have 1 minute.
Town meeting referred the subject of a warrant article last spring to that committee. We're making substantial progress and hope to have we anticipate having a new bylaw for the spring town meeting. When we decided to halt appointments to the Human Relations Commission, they had a quorum at that time. Unfortunately, the resignations kept rolling in.
30 seconds.
Okay, 8 members have resigned in the past year and a half, including the minority members that were on there. And it's clear there's something drastically wrong with the dynamics of the commission. But we do understand they need a quorum. We have begun interviewing candidates again, and we will make some appointments in the near future. The Board of Selectmen strongly objects to the petitioner's version of the resolution. However, we don't have any serious objections to the advisory committee version.
Thank you. Elise.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I'm Miralise from Precinct 6. Actually, I had hoped that this resolution would have become moot by town meeting, but the job still hasn't been done. I attended and spoke in favor of this article at the Advisory Committee's subcommittee public hearing. I understood some of that committee's concerns, including the fact that the article refers specifically to 3 individuals. I was even prepared to be open to proposed amendments. But when I read their amended version, I was appalled. The version goes way beyond amending the article. It emasculates the commission. There are two principles embedded in the article. First, the importance of developing and nurturing diversity at all levels of town activity, most relevantly on the Human Relations and Youth Services Commission. Second, the need for basic courtesy to qualified applicants, our neighbors, who have been kept in a state of limbo for much of the year, thus crippling the commission. I fail to understand the controversy swirling around these principles. Here's what disappoints me about the amended version. While there is tepid support for appointing more commissioners, the committee has eliminated any reference to the commission's responsibilities. They can't even live with the simple description, quote, charged with advancing civil rights and race relations. Why appoint commissioners to a commission whose responsibility is prematurely eviscerated? Further, their version overemphasizes that appointed and reappointed commissioners are lame ducks, implying they can't really function effectively. How demeaning is that? Last spring, Oprah Winfrey was the speaker at the Harvard commencement. She emphasized that people do not want divisiveness and conflict, that people simply seek respect and recognition. I believe respect and recognition are what this article is about. It respects our town's processes and procedures, the applicants who are willing to serve, and the commission's stated purpose. So it's been really disappointing to observe many people's negative responses to the people of color who are simply trying to be heard and want their firsthand experiences to be recognized. Yes, it can be painful to hear that our community falls short, far short, of being an ideal safe place for people of color. How naive it is to think that Brookline is an ideal bubble in an otherwise troubled society, or to think the original purpose of the commission has outlived its need. Why attack the messengers, treating them like untouchables because their message is disturbing? Let's welcome these uncomfortable facts, listen to voices unlike our own, and see this as an opportunity to be creative in solving this haunting need. Many people in Brookline have worked very hard during the campaigns to get President Obama and Governor Patrick reelected. It's time for that kind of energy and enthusiasm to be focused on getting people of color represented, respected, and recognized in the town's daily life and employment practices. This resolution, which is so non-committal as to be non-binding, is a tiny step toward that goal. If you vote for the amended version, you are sending a wrong message, not only to the select board, but also to the whole town. And believe me, we are being watched without the help of security cameras. You would be saying that all deliberate speed has been and is good enough, that our town has more important priorities than human rights. Please don't do that. Please find enough compassion in your heart to support the people of color who care enough about our town and have the courage to put themselves on the firing line, as the three proponents preceding me have done. You have the opportunity to set a tone tonight. Make it the right one, for the sake of everyone who lives here. Reject the amended version. Vote for the original. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the speaker list. Yes, Ms. Connors. Anyone else who wishes to comment, and please come to a microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patricia Connors, Precinct 3. Mr. Moderator, I wish to quote from Article 3.14, which is the Human Relations Youth Resources Bylaw. It says that in the event of the death or resignation of any member, his successor shall be appointed to serve the unexpired period of the term for which such member has been appointed. And yet, as you've heard, there are several vacancies on the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission. In fact, you've heard that the selectmen declared an affirmative moratorium on filling the vacancies on the commission. My question, Mr. Moderator, is, are the selectmen required to follow the law, just like the rest of us? And also, I'd like to ask if acting town council has advised the selectmen to fill the vacancies as soon as possible.
Well, Ms. Connors, I think the advice that town council gives to the Board of Selectmen is not something that, unless the advice was given in an open meeting. But why don't we let town council respond? Ms. Connors had two questions. One concerning the effect of the bylaw concerning the filling of vacancies, and the second concerning your advice to the selectmen if you gave it in open meeting.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Murphy. I'm acting town council, and it's my privilege.
Please speak into the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Murphy, acting town council. It's my privilege to be here tonight. I do not read the language in the bylaw to compel the selectmen to make appointments, and I have not so advised them.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Cornelia Vanderzeel, town meeting member, precinct 15. I'd like to point out a few facts here that the commission, the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission, has not had a quorum since its January meeting, so it has been unable to conduct any business. And even though maybe it had 8 members or more, it's always hard to get everybody to show up to a meeting. I'd like to address something else about the specifying certain candidates. There's an urgent need for these appointments. These people came forward in March and April, and I think their action on their application is long overdue. I'd also like to point out that we do have a commission for women and a commission for the disabled, for those who are concerned about narrowing the scope of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission's work. The 3 applicants of color in question were and are aware of potential changes to the commission's responsibilities. Race relations will continue to be a main component of any new responsibilities for the commission, I would hope. If other areas of expertise were or are needed, there have been at least 3 additional vacancies in the past 4 months. I think there are 8 vacancies total now, but I could have that number wrong. Article 16 doesn't preclude the appointment of other qualified candidates. The advisory commission recommendation removes the issue of race and focuses on quorum and precedence, and urges the selectmen to do what the bylaws already tell them to do. Therefore, in concert with what Marilise said, I think you should reject the advisory committee's amendment or petition, I don't know which it's called, and support Article 16 as it is written by the petitioners. Thank you.
It's an amendment and also a substitute motion. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Davis, Precinct 10. I have a question for the advisory committee, and the explanation of the that was given orally here for the advisory committee's amendment. It was said that the advisory committee's amendment differed from the main motion because the main motion seeks to appoint committee members. Is that really true? Does the main motion seek? Does the main motion actually appoint new commission members, or is that an overstatement by the person who was explaining the amendment by the advisory committee?
Mr. Davis, as you well know, and you've heard from prior speakers, these are resolutions. Town meeting has no power to require the selectmen to act, no power to require the selectmen to appoint certain persons, and these resolutions simply urge or request the selectmen to do this.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Yes, John Van Scoyac, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13. I'm going to presume to ask some questions out loud of no one in particular and of all of us.
Well, you're asking them of me, and I'll get an answer for you if I can.
Yes, through the moderator. I had the pleasure of serving on the Adult Ed Advisory Board with Arthur Conquest. I've always felt as though he is a person of goodwill. I've had the pleasure of working with many of the advisory committee members and the selectmen. I've always felt that they are people of goodwill. When I see, as I seem to see tonight, a sort of divisiveness taking root, it concerns me, it worries me. I think, as all of us are, I'm profoundly sorry that this has come to this. I'm not sure how it has come to this. The questions I'd like to just sort of ask people to think about really get to the heart of will passing this article help or hurt? And I ask myself the question, what are we presuming to do here? And let's accept that even though it's a resolution and it's non-binding and it does not necessarily have any binding effect, we should treat it as though it did. I mean, if we think it's the right thing to do, we should vote for it. If we think it's the wrong thing to do, we should vote against it. But we shouldn't say, well, even though I think it's the wrong thing to do, because it's not going to have any effect, you know, maybe I'll send a message by going along with voting for it. I just don't buy that. I'm sorry. So let's treat it like it was going to have effect and ask ourselves, is it the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do? Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? Well, first of all, what are we doing? Are we suggesting that town meeting henceforth should be a party to appointing members of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission? Then shouldn't someone introduce an article that says, henceforth, town meetings shall have appointment power for 3 of the members of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission? If we don't clearly define this, then does it begin and end here? Is it just these 3? Or when 3 more really qualified people come along and say, you know, I'm a good person and I'm qualified and my application hasn't been acted on by the selectmen, are we going to take up their cause too, and the next group and the next group and the next group? What exactly do we presume to do here? And if we want to presume the authority in the future of appointing members to this commission, how many? And then what is our process? Would we appoint the 3 people who came along first and said we're all good people and we're earnest and we want these positions? Or would we then set up a process and we'd say, well, who else is out there? What are their qualifications? How do we weigh them? How do we compare them? You know, I think we know the answer to that question. We would not just do this on an ad hoc basis. So that's one question that I have in mind. And a second question is, if there were...
That was only one?
That was one. One big one. And I promise there will only be one more. If there were people who, through this action on Article 16, were named to this commission, does that help or hurt that commission to work smoothly together? Or does it create a situation in which one group of people sitting on the commission sort of know that some other members of the commission are there because they went to town meeting to get appointed? Should they be affected by how they came to the commission, how they got appointed to the commission? Is it going to immediately sort of create two classes of people on this commission? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like a helpful thing to do. And I think that some of the rhetoric tonight, I'm sorry to say, has not been helpful in making it seem as though this is a test of purity as to whether a person is a person of goodwill and feels strongly about racism or doesn't. I'm sorry. I think people can vote for the advisory committee amendment and still be people of goodwill. Thank you.
Mr. Burstein?
Thank you. Michael A. Burstein, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. I'm also actually a member of the elected Board of Library Trustees. I have one question which I hesitate to ask because I'm embarrassed by my lack of knowledge on the subject. Twice it was brought up during the discussion that we have, I think, 26 department heads, all of whom are white at the moment in town. And I'm actually just curious, historically, who and when was the last non-white department head?
Mr. Kleckner, or? Yes. Yeah, just, and if you confine yourself to answering the question, Mr. Conquest.
Say that again?
Confine yourself to answering the question.
There has only been one black male who has headed he headed the Human Relations Youth Resource Commission, and I think it was 1969. He lasted 1 year, and that was the one and only black department head in the history of the town.
And that's considered a department head, the head of that commission?
Well, Steve Bressler was.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve Bressler succeeded him, I believe.
Okay, so that's all the information.
Yep.
Okay, if there's any other information out there, I'd appreciate it being sent around after town meeting. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Hi, John Harris, Precinct 8. A question that I would hope the moderator would refer to either long-serving members of the town meeting or historically minded members. In the history of town meeting, have there been cases in the past where town meeting has been asked to act on the appointment or hiring of particular individuals?
Not to my recollection. But, you know, there's nothing mysterious about what's going on here. We have resolutions before us on a fairly regular basis in which town meeting asks, requests, urges the selectmen to take action that town meeting doesn't have the power to take itself. So I don't think there's anything particularly mysterious about asking the selectmen to appoint particular people to this commission. It may be philosophically difficult for some of you, but it's certainly not out of order. Now, seeing no one else at the microphones, we will proceed as follows. The advisory committee's motion is an amendment or substitute motion. We will vote on it accordingly in accordance with our parliamentary procedures. We will vote on it first. If the advisory committee motion passes, that will become the main motion, and we'll have another vote on exactly that motion as the main motion. If the advisory committee motion fails, we will then vote on the petitioner's motion on page 16-2. Is there any question about that procedure? Mr. Carroll? I know what you're... Yes, if there are 35 people who would like a recorded vote on the first motion before us, which is that of the advisory committee, we will have an electronic vote. 10, 15, 20, 25. And there certainly are 35. So, this is Article 16 AC motion, AC substitute motion. And while our IT friends are rigging the system here, I remind you that the only buttons on this device that work are the numbers numbered 1, 2, and 3. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for abstain. And you will know that your vote has been recorded if this red box lights up whenever you're ready to start the count. It's on the advisory committee's motion on the orange supplement. All right, all those in favor of the advisory committee motion, please stand and press 1. Thank you. You may be seated. Those opposed, stand and press 2. The advisory committee motion passes by a vote of 124 in favor, 63 against, and 7 abstentions. We will now vote on the advisory committee motion as the main motion. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Keep your hands up, please. Motion carries by a vote of 183 to 15. Article 17. And by the way, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the high quality and tone and decorum of the debate on Article 16. I think you're all to be commended, and particularly the speakers. Article 17. Motion under Article 17 is on the, I guess, the rose-colored supplement, page 1. Moved by Mr. Farlow, seconded by Mr. Bassett, that the town adopt the following resolution relating to the Syrian conflict, in the words of the motion. And there is some, the rose-colored supplement simply sets forth the article, which has to be changed to some extent so that it becomes a motion. So in the first line, instead of to see if the town will adopt, should read, moved that the town adopt the following resolution. And at the end of the resolution, strike the words, or act on anything relative thereto. It's moved by Mr. Farlow, seconded by Mr. Bassett. Mr. Farlow and Mr. Bassett, you have 8 minutes. An aggregate of 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name's Frank Farlow, and I'm a Precinct 4 town meeting member. This article is a citizen petition brought forward by John Bassett, David Clafter, Mary-Elise, and myself. When we submitted it 6 weeks ago, the Obama administration had just begun a concerted campaign to persuade Congress to authorize its plan to attack Syria to destroy the government's chemical weapons. Such an attack would have been both unilateral and in violation of international law, and its wide-ranging consequences in the turbulent Middle East couldn't be predicted by anyone with any degree of certainty. The situation was fluid, so we intended to revise the resolution as necessary prior to town meeting, depending on what had happened in the Mideast in the meantime. If an attack had occurred by tonight, we hoped the town meeting would state its opposition and urge an immediate shift to a diplomatic course. But that's behind us now. Our revised resolution, which begins on page 1 of the pink supplement, now looks a lot different from the original on page 17-1. That's primarily because the administration hasn't launched an attack due to the promising diplomatic initiatives concerning both Syria and Iran. Also, though, it's because the petitioners accepted most of the recommendations made by the selectmen and by the advisory committee during their hearings on this article. The number of whereas clauses has been reduced from 13 to 5. You can see the deletions on page 17-4. Also, in the main resolved clause, the following words have been deleted from the original: to eliminate the government's chemical weapons. So it now reads, resolved that town meeting commends the Obama administration for choosing diplomacy and negotiations to resolve the Syrian conflict, and urges it to continue vigorously pursuing this course instead of carrying out a unilateral attack as originally proposed. The selectmen unanimously support this proposal. The advisory committee narrowly voted to recommend no action. However, the advisory committee had previously decided by a 15-6 vote to offer an amended version of our original wording that was very similar to the revised resolution that's before you tonight. Our resolution now differs from the advisory committee's earlier amendment in just two places. First, it retains what now appears as the third whereas clause, whereas the advisory committee omitted that whereas clause. We feel that it's important to underline that not even the wealthiest countries in the world can afford to carry on multiple military interventions abroad while meeting the needs of their citizens at home. Second, the resolution retains the reference in the main resolved clause to refraining from a unilateral attack. We can certainly hope for the best concerning diplomatic resolution of the chemical weapons issue, but it's important for town meeting to emphasize at the same time that the current diplomatic approach must remain concerted and persistent rather than resorting to violence going forward. Together with the Board of Selectmen on Brookline PACs, we urge you to vote yes for Article 17. Thank you.
Mr. Bassett, Mr. Farlow has left you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Bassett, Precinct 6. When we submitted this resolution, it was in August. We were hearing war weariness from all over the country, from all parts of the political spectrum. We were being reassured by public officials, including Secretary of State Kerry, that there would be no boots on the ground. We were reading about Russian air defenses that the Syrian government has. What we were what I was seeing in the paper were guesses that our unilateral military action might be shooting hundreds of 20-year-old Tomahawk missiles at Syria from the Mediterranean, as if that would do anything besides kill a lot of people, destroy a lot of buildings, and create more refugees. The possibility seemed to be, at best, ineffective, and at worst, ridiculous and destructive. So that's where this resolution comes from. We joined in submitting this resolution a national murmur, a national feeling of not taking unilateral military action. And the results have been, I think, better than I expected. The Syrian government has promised to turn over its chemical weapons for destruction by next year. That remains to be worked out, but that is real progress. There are also negotiations with Iran, which might not have happened had we gone into another war in that part of the world. The last 10 words, as Frank has mentioned, of the resolution, instead of carrying out a unilateral attack as originally proposed, are absolutely key to this resolution. It is a preference for a policy of negotiation as opposed to unilateral military action.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. There are still those in our government and in other governments in the world who want us to take military action. Our opinion still matters, and I urge you to support Article 17 as petitioned to reinforce the policy that negotiations are more productive and preferable to unilateral military action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Bobby Nabel, town meeting member from Precinct 11, speaking in behalf of the Advisory Committee. Since there's been a significant change in the Advisory Committee's recommendation for the warrant article printed in the original mailing of the combined reports, and the one that appeared in the supplementary report, this is an explanation of how that change came about. When the resolution was originally submitted, it was not clear whether the United States might initiate a military attack against Syria, and as originally drafted, the resolution set forth many reasons for opposing military action and, among other things, supported pursuit of a negotiated solution through diplomacy. By the time the resolution was heard and discussed by the Advisory Committee, military action no longer seemed imminent, and after discussion revealed a wide variety of views, including the view by some that the committee should not offer a recommendation to town meeting on something that is primarily a matter of individual conscience. The committee voted in support of a much reduced substitute resolution from which, among other things, the references relating to military action had been removed. When warrant Article 17 proponents later presented a revised version of their earlier resolution, the Advisory Committee voted to reconsider its earlier vote, allowing it to take up and discuss afresh the redrafted proposal. This discussion revealed a nearly equally divided committee, with some supporting the revised warrant article and the message it transmits to elected officials, and with others questioning the need or appropriateness for such an article, particularly since the threat of unilateral military action seems to have dissipated. Thus, the committee, by a vote of 8 in favor and 10 opposed, recommended no action.
Thank you, Ms. Daly.
Nancy Daly for the Board of Selectmen. I think we can all agree that a negotiated resolution of the chemical weapons situation in Syria is the best way to go. Several members of the board were concerned, however, about the original language of the petitioner's resolution, which seemed to suggest that the U.S. should never act alone. Well, when one vote on the Security Council can derail an effort to stop a regime that is systematically committing genocide against some of its people, we felt that there were times when we might want our country to act even if it were acting alone. The petitioners responded to our concerns and adjusted the language in the resolution, and therefore the Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends favorable action on the resolution as it appears on page 1 of the pink supplement.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. And Maralise, would you come forward, please?
Scott Gladstone of Precinct 16. While I support the actual resolved part, as Nancy was saying, I still think that the article has too much of a criticism of unilateral action. It's my feeling that today's United Nations is an amoral body. It's a political body. I share what the selectmen had to say about the fact that one vote on the Security Council could stop any action. Sometimes there's just the right thing to do, even if you're acting alone. And sometimes the United States may be the only ones willing to act. I wish that that had been the case during World War II, I wish the United States, or one of the Allies, had bombed the tracks to Auschwitz. How many thousands could have been saved? Poison gas is different. I understand America's made a mess when it has been involved in wars that are based on lies, or our entry has been based on lies. We make a bad situation worse. But the use of poison gas on civilians is different historically and mechanically. Sometimes America will be the only one to say, we have to stop it. And I'll leave you, and I recommend no action, I'll leave you with the words of a Protestant minister who was put in a concentration camp by the Nazis for speaking out against them. And these words are on the Holocaust Memorial in downtown Boston. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening again. I'm still Marilyse from Precinct 6. I signed on as a lead petitioner on this article because I want to heed President Eisenhower's warning against the ever-burgeoning military-industrial complex. I signed on because I'm aware of the three evils that overshadow our nation and were identified by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. as militarism, materialism, and racism. I signed on because of the not altogether tongue-in-cheek definition of insanity as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I signed on because what the United States might have done in Syria could have had uncontrollable regional or global consequences. I signed on because it seemed insane to argue that killing people with our kind of weapon was justified because it prevented their being killed by another kind of weapon. I signed on because I would never think that the U.S. use of internationally condemned weapons like white phosphorus, napalm, cluster bombs, and depleted uranium would justify any foreign nation bombing us. I signed on because I believe our nation needs to rein in its arrogant assumption that it is the moral leader and responsible police force of the world. I signed on because, in the language of Isaiah, I believe it is better to beat swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks, not vice versa. And I signed on because we might better spread democracy by example than by bomb. I ask you to sign on with the petitioners and approve the article.
Thank you, Mr. Margolis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Margolis, Precinct 7. The way that the article has been amended, it's become so anodyne that it's really pretty difficult to oppose it. But the spirit that brought it forth, while laudable, is one that I think takes too narrow a view. Let me put it to you this way. Does anyone here seriously believe that the Syrian government would have come to the table and offered to allow UN inspection and offered and agreed to destroy its chemical weapons had it not been for the credible threat by the United States and France of imminent military action? I do not. There are times when it is necessary to rattle the sword. After Auschwitz, after Rwanda, after Srebrenica, after Kosovo, we have learned that there are limited circumstances, and I emphasize limited, when the use of force is justified to prevent a greater evil. Now, I don't know what would have happened in Syria had we had to use military force. But I do have enough faith, at least in the current United States government, to believe that it would have been as strictly limited as possible. I think it was clear that we did not want to intervene on one side or the other. But for the limited purpose of preventing a particular type of outrage against certain human beings, namely Syrian civilians, and I think that was justified. And I agree with Mr. Gladstone, who's far more eloquent than I, that there are circumstances in which that is justified. It is the right course to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clapton.
Hi, David Clafter, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. I want to address two specific objections that have been raised to Article 17. First, it's been argued that only the threat of unilateral military action led to the current negotiated agreement on the dismantling of Syria's chemical weapons. I think it can be at least as credibly argued that it was the resistance of the American people and of congressional leaders of both parties to a unilateral attack that propelled the administration, faced with a stinging political setback, to look for a negotiated settlement. I do not believe that Secretary Kerry made an unthinking, casual remark that led to the beginning of negotiations. Rather, it suddenly became politically desirable for both the U.S. and Russia to find an agreement. Popular opposition to a unilateral attack was an important part of the political calculus, and something that I believe we should maintain in the face of a leadership that has demonstrated an all-too-ready willingness to use military force. Without this opposition, I believe it is highly likely in this instance that a unilateral American attack would have occurred with unforeseeable consequences. Secondly, in the advisory committee, opposition was voiced to the whereas clause that speaks to the cost of an attack. The petitioners would stress the importance of viewing military policies as we do all other policies, with an eye to their cost. It can be argued that the core issue at the heart of our current national debt and ongoing budget deficit is the enormous portion of our discretionary spending that goes into our military budget. The Iraq War was sold on the basis that it would be quick and cheap. Hell, Iraqi oil was supposed to make it practically self-financing. Several $1 trillion later, we can see the fallacy of that argument. In his oft-quoted speech of April of 1953, President Dwight Eisenhower, who was intimately familiar with war from his distinguished military career, said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched is in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, from those who are cold and are not clothed." The world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, and the hopes of its children. We need to get beyond the place we are now, where in the midst of a continued severe economic downturn, we cut food stamps because of budget restraints, but are afraid to take a hard look at the military budget that takes up almost half of our discretionary spending. I would strongly argue that the immediate and potential long-range cost is an important factor to consider before deciding on the wisdom of a unilateral attack on Syria. And I urge you to please vote yes on Article 17. Thank you.
On the motion on the rose-colored supplement, those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Motion carries by a majority vote. Article 18. The main motion under Article 18 is on page 18-1 in the words of the article, again with the customary amendments that I went through with the previous under Article 17. That is, in the first line, instead of to see if the town will adopt, it should read moved that the town adopt. And at the end of the resolution, at the top of page 18-2, strike the words or act on anything relative thereto. Moved by Mr. Richmond, seconded by Mr. Farlow. Mr. Spiegel has offered an amendment found on the pink supplement to amend the resolve clause to read that the town urges the Board of Selectmen not to increase beyond current levels the hours of operation of the general surveillance cameras, etc. I forgot to mention that this is a motion about opposing police surveillance cameras from the cameras from the DHS. In any case, Mr. Spiegel's motion is to change that to ask the selectmen not to increase surveillance beyond the current levels. Is there a second to that amendment? Amendment is seconded. Mr. Richmond.
Good evening. My name is Clint Richmond, town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'd like to start with a little history on how we got here. We've been having this debate for 5 years. Our current situation is that the cameras are on for 8 overnight hours per day. This is a compromise that we did not seek but have accepted. However, the chief and others, such as the Oversight Committee, have continued to urge for 24/7 operation. If this were not the case, we wouldn't be bringing this article. Since keeping the cameras on, keeping them always invites more hours, and we think eventually more cameras and more features, we are asking to reaffirm the resolution from 2009 to remove them. This resolution returns us to the fundamental conversation of what kind of society do we want. Part of this involves what kind of police department do we want. We oppose permanent mass surveillance in any form because we think it compromises American values of freedom and liberty. I believe that we should be able to walk down the street and not be continuously photographed by our government just as we have for 200 years. Furthermore, I believe that we are not honoring the fundamental religious principle of the inherent worth and dignity of every person if every person is constantly under surveillance in a perpetual dragnet, waiting for them to do something wrong or suspect them of doing something wrong. Mass surveillance chills our rights to free expression and assembly enshrined in our Constitution. Even without zooming, Brookline DHS cameras are already pointed at our doors and windows, such as at 114 St. Paul Street or 131 Cypress Street. We consider these privacy concerns, at least. They cannot see in today, but they can monitor your activities, like whether you've come home alone or what time the lights went out. Do you want to live with blackout shades all the time, the last vestige of privacy? Unfortunately, this is not an option when visiting our busy commercial spaces where the cameras are located. We have gone from a low expectation of privacy to no privacy, or what some would actually call forced exposure under surveillance technology. I think most people are for maintaining privacy, and the government cameras are clearly reducing it. I believe our fine police department can provide all due assistance to our security agencies without conducting mass surveillance. Mass surveillance is undermining our relationship to the police and militarizing our public spaces, including the various public buildings used in the networking of the cameras, such as Morse Apartments. Police officers now have security clearances, which can complicate our ability as civilians to oversee our department. One change in the last 5 years has been in the growth of private cameras, which are used by the police on a regular basis, and in our opinion have eliminated the need for mass surveillance. Private cameras do not pose the same threats to civil liberties. A private camera at a single location does not qualify as mass surveillance. Furthermore, private video is not publicly accessible to all. Private cameras are not integrated into other government surveillance data. For example, private camera operators cannot perform mass facial recognition since they don't have access to arrest, license, or passport photos. We citizens are more able to opt out of private surveillance by simply not going to these establishments. Mass video surveillance undermines our society, our relationship with each other. It is a visible cloud of mistrust and suspicion, literally hanging over our heads in our most popular shopping areas. Mass surveillance products and technology have military origins, often funded by defense research. As the technology matures and becomes cheaper, the police market has been the next area of expansion. The security industry relentlessly promotes its products to our public safety departments. They advertise in police magazines and at conferences. Last year, the video surveillance sector racked up $3 billion in sales. The Brookline DHS cameras cost over $200,000 out of a $4.6 million total for a regional system that we're a part of 200 cameras in 9 communities. The cameras are part of $100 million that DHS has spent in Boston since 2003, and that was as of a few years ago. The video surveillance industries have had lobbyists at the Massachusetts State House. In contrast, there is no privacy and freedom industry. We don't think the $3 million phase 2 for the cameras for evacuation was a good use of our federal taxes. The cameras do not meet cost benefit. They require staff time, are not mechanically reliable, and on average help in some way on only about 1 violent crime per year. And we have 1,000, so that's like 0.2% of those types of crimes. Together, I believe that we can continue to work towards a society and world that becomes stronger and safer by solving its ills and respecting human dignity and human rights at the same time. Please join the Jewish Alliance for Law and Social Action, the Bill of Rights Defense Committee, the Digital Fourth, and the ACLU in support of Article 18. Vote yes for the freedoms that have been the key to our success of our country. In closing, I would like to add a comment about the amendment. I will vote yes on Mr. Spiegel's amendment to respond to those who would like to first vote on the current limits. At a minimum, we should not expand our current system in any way. Thank you very much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a good many speakers signed up on each side of this issue, and I will enforce time limits strictly. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ken Goldstein for the Board of Selectmen. And thank you, Mr. Moderator, also, because it was you, Mr. Moderator, who set the dignified tone for Article 16. Your instructions were sensitive and authoritative, and that's why it went so well. The petitioners for Article 18 possess a strong political conviction to protect privacy rights. Though appreciated, that conviction goes too far in the case of Brookline's critical infrastructure monitoring system, or in short, and as I'll refer to it hereafter, SIMS. You'll hear in a moment from Chief Dan O'Leary or from Patrol Officer, Town Meeting Member Casey Hatchett, who will describe to you in fine detail the ways in which SIMS has protected the inhabitants of Brookline. You will hear that the system resulted in the apprehension, arrest, and conviction of 2 violent criminals who abducted and raped a woman off the streets of Coolidge Corner. You will hear how the SIM system aided in many other criminal and civil matters. You will hear how the SIM system has aided in disaster control during major storms and in the emergency management in the wake of the Marathon bombing. You will even hear about how the SIM system has exonerated persons falsely accused of criminal activity in the town, and that's happened twice. As I hear the petitioners' arguments, their fear is that the SIM system is an element of an imagined altered societal structure a la 1984, in which Big Brother watches our movements and reports on perceived subversive activities. Could happen, but I submit that this fear is unreasonable. It's properly safeguarded against and is minimal in comparison to the benefits which are derived. The fear is unreasonable first because cameras are aimed only at public streets, where any activities a citizen engages in could also be seen and recorded by any other of a number of other alternate means. A cop stationed in Coolidge Corner with a notebook and a still camera, or for that matter, a pad of sketch paper, could in essence invade privacy to the same extent as our SIM system could. To elevate fears simply because technology has improved is unreasonable. It's the boundaries of the expected zones of privacy which are important societal barriers, not the efficiency of the technology by which public places can now be monitored.
Second, the fear is unreasonable because the manpower and an infrastructure which would be required to monitor and process the information in the way imagined by the petitioners would be massive. That infrastructure does not exist, and if that fear ever could be, and if the fear is that that infrastructure could ever be implemented surreptitiously, it couldn't exist without a massive opportunity for the secret army of analysts to be revealed. Brookline has in place effective safeguards against the misuse of SIM system. Our regulations and our oversight committee are considered state-of-the-art. They've been a model for other communities. The ACLU, while recommending against passage of this article, commended us for the adoption of the regulations which are in place. The images obtained on our SIM system are not streamed or routinely shared with any external agencies. The images are retained for a limited period of 14 days, possibly against the requirements of our laws regarding retention of government documents. And after that, they're permanently deleted unless a purpose can be shown to retain them. The uses of the system are carefully logged. Alerts are sent to a diverse group of citizen watchdogs when the system is turned on, outside of the normal operating hours. And most importantly, no misuses of the system have ever been reported. Finally, as the chief reports, the benefits of the system are easily identified and well documented. This perception is not just my own or just the Board of Selectmen's. Whenever this issue has come up, I hear almost exclusively support from the average citizens of this town. People who are far removed from us on issues of parking and budget and even school enrollment care very greatly about this issue. By a wide margin, they feel that the risks far outweigh, that the risks are far outweighed by the benefits.
30 seconds, sorry.
I'm finishing up right now. The Board of Selectmen unanimously urges no action on warrant Article 18 because they are aware that we live in a world with risks, that public camera surveillance is a ready tool by which to minimize those risks, and that the SIM system, as currently configured, does not intrude into expected zones of privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wunsch?
Sarah Wunsch. I live in Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Moderator and members of town meeting. I'm here as a proponent of Article 18. I'm going to ask you, for those who do care about the nature of the society in which we live, one which we have thought of as a free society where our government and the police do not watch us and follow us at all times. For those of you who care about that, I'm going to actually ask you to support the amendment, the motion to amend, because I think my arguments are the same for what Article 18 or the motion to amend. If you care about maintaining a free society, I think it's very important to send a message, and I disagree with John Van Scoek's comments earlier about what's the point of sending messages. We do need to send a message. You are a voice for the community. Both the motion to amend, which would say leave things as they are, 11 cameras which are only on from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The resolution urges that that be maintained and that there shall not be an expansion of the government surveilling us without a much more substantial case for it being made, and that we want to maintain the free society that we think that we live in. Opposition to the expanded use of the cameras, as the chief has asked for, and that is why Article 18 was submitted, may be the best, this may be the best way for town meeting to express that view. And I want to say the view should be, there is no real evidence that the routine use of permanent police surveillance cameras makes us safer, or evidence, there is no evidence that they prevent crime or terrorism or even help fix our gridlocked intersections. We need to say loudly and clearly as a community that we are concerned about the direction our government is going. And this is not a figment of our imaginations. If you read the newspaper, you have seen the revelations which should actually be no surprise to anybody, about the NSA surveilling us, knowing about our emails, our phone calls. This is not our imagination at work, okay? These are realities, and we need to not stick our heads in the sand. I think because of those revelations and because of the request to increase the surveillance in our own community, this is a crucial time for town meeting to speak out. And I want to make very clear, Article 18, or the motion to amend Article 18, only deal with the 11 Department of Homeland Security supplied cameras. It does not prevent cameras to be used by the police in sensitive locations. It doesn't prevent cameras from being used on temporary bases during major events. It doesn't prevent cameras from being used in locations where there are hotspots of crime, and we need to figure out who's doing that. So this Article 18, or the proposed amendment to Article 18, do not tie the hands of our police department. And I want to say in 2009, when this town meeting voted by a very large majority to send the message to the selectmen that we did not want these 11 cameras, at the time it was 12, turned on, the selectmen ignored that, and the cameras did go on. But I think there was an effect, that the discussion here had an effect, which meant that there was a limit placed on the use of those cameras. They would only be on from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I think what this body says and discusses does have an important effect. If we turn away from that and allow this expansion to take place, you will see, with no doubt, you know, at the time we predicted that there would be requests to expand the use of cameras back in 2009. And now we are seeing that. Now you will hear, I think, from the chief and others that these cameras really aren't all that great, so you don't need to worry about it. That's wrong. Technology is developing at a rapid rate. Facial recognition technology, tracking technology, they're here. And if we fail to send the message of what kind of society we want to live in, we will see requests for more and more cameras. Now, I know there's a comment going around, well, there's so many private cameras, what's the difference, or isn't it better to have them be government cameras? The answer to that is no. Private cameras are not linked. They are not networked to the databases that we see the government creating.
30 seconds.
The right to be walking about our streets is not exactly a right to be free from being watched by our government, is not exactly a right to privacy. But in a free society, we have always recognized there is a right to some anonymity, to not be followed and watched by the police in a free society. I ask you to support either the motion to amend and vote in favor of at least not expanding the use of the police, the permanent police surveillance cameras in Brookline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wentz. And Mr. Gladstone, I suggest you take a seat. We're going to hear from several other speakers before we get to questions.
I was just going to ask if the chief is on the list of speakers.
He is not.
So my question will be to the chief when I get a chance.
My name is
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Karen Wentz. I'm a Precinct 11 town meeting member, and I'm speaking for the advisory committee. Warrant in Article 18 is a resolution urging the Board of Selectmen to order the removal of the town-operated police surveillance cameras funded by the Department of Homeland Security. Now, we met this evening about Mr. Spiegel's amendment, and the committee discussed it, and we're staying with our original recommendation found on page 1810. Just a little bit more background. This was a handout from last night. It's very useful in terms of a lot of background, especially the list in the back, on the back page of the 11 cameras, their locations and their directions that they're pointed. In January 2009, the Board of Selectmen accepted a Department of Homeland Security grant to fund the cameras and voted to allow the installation and 24-hour operation of police department supervised surveillance cameras for a one-year trial period for the purpose of aiding in evacuations from Boston. The board established a camera oversight committee made up of 4 Brookline residents, and they report twice a year to the board. The spring 2009 town meeting voted by a strong majority to pass Article 25, which opposed the use of the surveillance cameras. In September of that year, the selectmen voted to reduce the operation of the camera system to the hours of 1 p.m. to 6 a.m. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. with special exemptions for other times. The police department operates and fully controls the 11-camera DHS-funded surveillance system in Brookline. The cameras are in a fixed location, point in one direction, and are clearly identified with signage. There are monitors located near the entrance of the Public Safety Building on Washington Street that display the camera images and are in clear view for the public. As Mr. Goldstein pointed out, the police department stores the images for a period of no longer unless the footage is needed for an investigation, in which case a copy of the footage is stored, and we learned that there is a state statute that may require us to hold the footage for longer than the 14-day period. Proponents of the warrant article state that their concern over unjustified surveillance as residents frequent public spaces and the creation of a government infrastructure, possibly permanent, for surveillance of the law-abiding public. Camera opponents point out that the cameras provide digital images available to anyone who makes a request under the state's public records law or to government agencies. With respect to privacy concerns, the advisory committee discussed the preponderance of private cameras and the lack of oversight of them compared to the town's DHS cameras. It's interesting, as I walked into the building last night, you probably noticed that sign, and there was a class about enhancing your iPhone's cameras. So the use of EasyPass, chips and credit cards, GPS, Google, and Facebook point not only to the inevitable loss of privacy, but to the threat to privacy these entities pose. About the concern over making requests for images under the state public records law, over the 4 years the cameras have been in use, only one request has been made. Surveillance camera opponents have also mentioned facial recognition capacity of the cameras. Just for clarity's sake, cameras do not possess facial recognition capacity. It's the database systems that provide that capacity. And I have a friend who's a pattern recognition specialist, and he was mentioning to me how in order for you to get a useful image, you'd have to have someone looking directly at the camera and under just the right amount of light. So it's not that feasible at this time for there to be any useful recognition data.
1 minute.
Okay, supporters of the article also commented on the use of cameras has strayed from the original purpose of evacuations. Chief O'Leary has stated that the original purpose still exists, that of public safety, and there have been crimes that have been solved because of the use of the cameras. Also, the chief has observed that during the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., there's not a whole lot of foot traffic. There's a much more vehicular traffic, and the cameras have been useful in investigations, particularly DUI. He mentioned a particularly notorious incident where there was a car that made a left onto Beacon Street and onto the subway tracks. So I just compared to 4 years ago, there's been a sea change in terms of constituents and town meeting members' support of the cameras. In fact, at the public hearings 4 years ago, the vast majority, overwhelming majority of people attending the hearings were opposing the cameras, and this year the majority supported the cameras, and that most of them supported 24-hour use. So the advisory committee recommends by a vote of 15 to 3, and 1 abstention, no action on Article 18.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Oh, no.
Sorry?
Just
a few exhibits. I don't have any cartoons. Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9 and co-chair of Brookline PACs. I'm going to speak kind of quickly to try to stay within my 5 minutes. To paraphrase, 17 years ago, our fathers brought forth a new nation conceived in liberty. It is for us, the living, to resolve that this nation shall have a new birth of freedom, This is a week for waxing historically, so forgive me if I do a little bit of that. But parenthetically, I may have been the first critic of these cameras. I think it's 2007 that I was about to march in the Flag Day Parade when all the selectmen were elsewhere, and Rich Kelleher asked me, as a has-been, if I would help carry the selectmen's banner. And I did so, and as we walked by KI, he said, "See those cameras up there? What would you think if we had public cameras?" And I said, "Well, I've had to become a public person, which I don't want to be, but I'm someone who blocks caller ID, and I would be against it." So I don't know if anyone else preceded me, but I have a good history on this. I want to just emphasize a few things. It's been argued that Brookline is not the NSA. Well, and Mr. Pollenbaum, whom I think is probably going to speak, has called Pax's letter a wee bit hyperbolic when we said that cameras do the bidding of Homeland Security, including the NSA, FBI, et cetera. By the way, that was an editing error. It was supposed to say, and no doubt soon, the NSA, FBI, et cetera. But the more important point is, does anybody really believe that this data will not, in the near future, be readily accessible to the state or the feds of all kinds of feds? The technology explosion is really hard to exaggerate what's going on with technology. The selectmen have admitted, too, that the sharing of the data by outside jurisdictions has to be approved, but it's clearly easy to share this data. It's almost, I started practicing law before there were fax machines. I know I don't look that old, but look at what's happened in the last couple of decades. President Obama last week, and today he gave out freedom medals, by the way, last week said about intelligence gathering, the technology and the budgets and the capacity have outstripped the constraints. A fellow town meeting member from my precinct and friend of mine, Dwayne Tyndall, said to me today, the battle of the 21st century will be for privacy, not against terrorism, and I would say not against street crime. The New York Times and Washington Post have something astonishing almost every day. Lately it's been about NSA, but also about intelligence gathering and snooping in general. My favorite recently, pertinent to this, from the Washington Post in June 16th was, state photo ID databases become troves for police, starting with this sentence: the faces of more than 120 million people are in searchable photo databases that increasingly are used by police to identify suspects and even innocent bystanders in a wide range of criminal investigations. This is just the last 2 weeks of clippings that I've made from the New York Times. I'm not going to have time to tell you any of the headlines. Next point is that we have been enticed by exaggerated safety benefits, which both downplay the proven utility of private cameras and exaggerate the benefits of public cameras. Someone has said crimes have been prevented since repeat crimes by these perpetrators were stopped. I would say that's an exaggeration, especially quantitatively. But aside from that, it dishonors the founders of our country in their approach to the Bill of Rights.
1 minute.
They prioritized liberty over safety and distrusted government. So what are the trade-offs here? I'll concede that it's not about rights, because our rights are only what 5 people on the Supreme Court want them to be, and right now, that's not much. What it is about is civility and respect for the privacy expectations and desires of many of us. The New York Times ethicist had a question recently: isn't the golden rule in our diverse world, shouldn't it read, one should treat others as they want to be treated? His answer: your proposed solution
30 seconds.
Seems better, but how do you know what someone else desires? Well, here you know, some of us don't want to be watched. In closing, I cite another Brookline native, a little older and passed away than myself. The men who create power make an indispensable contribution to the nation's greatness, but the men who question power make a contribution just as indispensable. We shall pay, this is a separate quote, we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship to assure the survival and success of liberty.
Please conclude, Mr. Rosenthal.
I'll conclude by saying that we have gone from conceived in liberty to overly conceding to fear.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel.
Ms. Hummel, will you please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stanley Spiegel from Precinct 2. I offer this amendment to give town meeting members a chance to affirmatively vote to preserve the status quo. I did so, well, let me back for a second. When the advisory committee took this up and they did vote not to reconsider their prior vote, there was a lot of discussion about let's have it one way or the other. This is an illogical way to split the difference. There's no logic behind it. I disagree. I don't think that we need to have one way or the other, either no cameras or cameras on all the time. No virtue in an up or down vote on this, and the reason, for two reasons. There are people of goodwill on both sides, and there's virtue on both sides. It's not wrong to desire whatever extra security and safety the cameras can offer. It's not wrong to be wary of the extra intrusiveness, governmental intrusiveness, that the cameras can provide. Both sides have some virtue, and there's logic in both, and reason for both arguments they have merit. So in a situation like this, I believe it does make sense to say, hey, let's try to have the cameras on at a time when their usefulness would be most needed, and this, to me, this is in the dark hours. In fact, if I had my druthers, I'd like them on from dusk to dawn. Go on with the street lights and go off when the sun comes up in the morning. That's not before us tonight because it would be beyond the scope. But in any event, during the daylight hours, they're less needed, not entirely unnecessary, but less needed. In the nighttime hours, they're more needed, maybe not the answer to public safety, but more needed, more necessary, more potentially useful. So I do see a virtue in the status quo, which is what my amendment asks for. And again, my own sense would be to expand it slightly so that it's on during the dark hours where people are most concerned about muggings and so on. In any case, I thought town meetings should have the opportunity to vote something resembling what my preference would be, namely maintaining the status quo. We've lived with it for some years now. It seems not to have raised too many hackles on too many sides. It seems a reasonable course to preserve, and I think it would be reasonable for us to recommend that the selectmen maintain this or something quite similar to it without going to either extreme of 24/7 on or 0 on, and that's why the amendment is before you. I would urge folks to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Hummel. And Ms. Hatchett, would you please come forward?
Amy Hummel, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. So these cameras don't make you really any more safe, but what they do is infringe on our civil liberties to come and go freely, unwatched by our government, because we've done nothing wrong. No one is asking to be invisible in public, but there is a big difference between being out there, being seen by those who you may reasonably see back, and being recorded with a government camera with a bird's eye view. Digital images from the camera, as grainy as they may seem, can have facial recognition software applied to it or be used in any number of other ways after it's collected. We know already that Boston collects images and identifies peaceful demonstrators. It's chilling. We do have a policy to be proud of in Brookline, but it is not fail-safe. There are a wide range of exceptions for turning the cameras on during the day, many of which seem unnecessary, and Brookline footage sent elsewhere, for whatever reason, is out of our control forever. Our camera footage is a public record available to almost anyone who requests it, and the cameras are also configured for linkage to other departments who may view us live, such as Boston. It's a feature that's occasionally enabled, and our policy is irrelevant beyond our own town borders. So state and federal law may trump our camera policies at some point anyway, and others may call the shots. You've already heard that state law may require us to keep the camera footage for a minimum of 30 days. We're proud right now to be out of compliance, but how long will that last, and what will go next? At some point, it may not be up to the chief or the selectmen. And even now, the selectmen don't have the security clearances to know everything that goes on with the camera footage. Everyone respects the chief, but it's a bad idea to base our policies on one person or rely on an oversight committee of people who meet about twice a year, well-meaning as they may be. We can support our police department and still say no to them. This isn't an anti-police or an anti-public safety warrant article. They are perfectly capable without the cameras, though there are cameras that they are able to use in hotspots. You've heard of these mobile cameras as well as the automatic license plate reader, something slightly different, but they have these available. And you know, they aren't usually on or moved around a whole lot. One reason is crime is so low in Brookline anyway. There was one placed in North Brookline during the crime spree last winter. It was not helpful. Which brings me to another significant point. Cameras are not a magic safety bullet. This is a fact that's been borne out in multiple studies, both here and in the UK, where they have an average of 1 camera for every 14 people, and their residents show up on footage about 300 times a day. They still have plenty of crime. Meta-analysis of studies over the last decade, both here and in the UK, tell us that cameras can't be attributed to reducing crime. There are exceptions in some high-risk areas, permeated with cameras, with officers constantly monitoring live feeds in real time, but even the effects sometimes in those areas are short-lived. Overall, the data shows that there's no clear long-term difference, particularly in low crime in communities like ours. So, even if you don't mind the cameras, even if they do provide a sense of security, false as it may be, you're not just undermining your right to privacy if you decide to leave them on or decide to leave them on full time. You're making that trade-off for everyone. So this is supposed to be a balance between safety and privacy right concerns. And simply discussing it while parsing individual local crimes which serve to make people nervous and then deciding that watching everyone in the community all the time is okay is not a balance. You may say, well, there are only a few cameras along major routes, but we have added the automatic license plate reader, and I expect when the dust from this warrant article settles, or we feel vulnerable again, or we're offered more free or cheap cameras, the number will grow, and their capabilities certainly will. Civil liberties are always at risk because they aren't often about what's popular or what's easy, but they are about what is capital R, right. If this amendment is all we can walk away with tonight, so be it. The cameras should come down, I feel, but they certainly shouldn't be on 24/7. At their most basic, they don't make us safer. And in the big picture, they do undermine our ideals and I think our humanity.
Thank you. Ms. Hatchett?
Good evening. Casey Hatchett, Precinct 12. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to Article 18, and as many of you know, I've been a longtime supporter of the cameras. Not just because I'm a Brookline police officer, because I'm also the mother of 4 small children who values these cameras as an important public safety tool. These 11 cameras posted in major public intersections were initially installed for the use in an evacuation. That purpose and the potential need still exist today. There are many auxiliary uses as well, which have been cited, and we have heard time and time again from Chief O'Leary that there are many examples of the effectiveness of these cameras in investigating crimes, apprehending criminals, taking repeat offenders off our streets, exonerating the innocent, determining faults in traffic crashes, managing events and storms, and yes, now investigating terrorism. It is true that crime has not been lower in Brookline than we've seen in 20 years. It is also true that 7 months ago, 2 terrorists attacked our city. The Brookline Police Department does not need to play into the fear of our residents to gather support for these cameras. For many, following the Boston Marathon bombings, that fear became a reality. We are no longer watching terrorism through a telescope on the 6 o'clock news. We are living it here at home. As both a runner and an emergency responder on April 15th, I can vividly remember the faces of my fellow runners, neighbors, coworkers, and even my own children as the reality of our new world set in. Later that week, I listened to the radio as my brother officers were under attack in Watertown. And when dawn arrived that Friday morning, I patrolled the empty streets of our community as we were in lockdown. It was a chilling sight that I hope I never see again in my lifetime. Cameras, albeit private in this case, solved these horrific bombings. Public or private, the doubt as to the effectiveness of this technology, in my view, no longer exists. As the Brookline Police Department's crime analyst, I've been fortunate to be part of the ongoing discussion, review, and analysis of the camera's use in Brookline, and to serve as the department's liaison to the Camera Oversight Committee. Through the analysis I have conducted, I can tell you with complete honesty and sincerity that the petitioner's claim that our cameras have not been effective is simply not true. The cameras were instrumental in solving a horrific rape and kidnapping in Coolidge Corner, with 2 rapists pleading to a 20-year sentence. They have been effective in identifying suspects in violent crimes. They have helped determine fault in traffic crashes, saving thousands of dollars in insurance premiums for people who would otherwise have been falsely held responsible. They have been activated during searches for missing children and for missing elderly. And they have helped manage large-scale events like the Boston Marathon, Hurricane Sandy, and Blizzard Nemo. The petitioners have claimed that these cameras have been minimally useful in solving only insignificant and minor traffic crashes. The facts dispute that claim. And if you were the victim in any number of these many incidents, I'm certain you wouldn't feel they were particularly insignificant. What we do know is that 85% of the incidents occurring within the limited scope of these cameras are occurring while the cameras are off. Today, at 2:30 in the afternoon, there was a robbery of a bank at 287 Harvard Street in the heart of Coolidge Corner, an armed robbery, gunpoint. Much of the discussion around these cameras has been philosophical, surrounding the intrusion into our personal privacy. This philosophical debate, however, seems to lose sight of the very important fact that our democracy and our freedoms are maintained and protected in large part by the men and women of our police department. These cameras do not replace community policing, nor do they replace the beat cop. These cameras are not used to spy on residents or to track citizens. They are a tool for law enforcement to better protect our community, to respond quickly to dangerous situations, to solve crimes, to quickly and to take repeat offenders off our streets. They are one of many tools, and in the 5 years of operation, there has not been one single instance that has been documented or even alleged of misuse in their use, of abuse in their use. These cameras are highly governed by policy, and the Camera Oversight Committee ensures proper checks and balances. The cameras are even on display in the lobby of the Public Safety Headquarters to ensure transparency. And I would argue there is no single public camera system in this country that is more strictly regulated than the 11 we have here in Brookline. These 11 cameras, which have been labeled by the petitioners as mass surveillance, cover less than 0.1% of Brookline's 6.82 square miles. Granted, yes, they are also posted in some of our busiest intersections. They are in areas where crime and crashes occur at the greatest frequency. Working under the DDAX model, a data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety, communities are encouraged to concentrate their efforts in areas where the most significant impacts can be made to reduce crime, decrease crashes, improve safety, and advance the quality of life for people who live, work, or visit in the community. These cameras are good public policy from an efficiency standpoint. I hope that you have reviewed the police department report that has been provided and that you will use it to make an informed decision as to the value of these cameras. Let's not rely on studies from overseas or outdated research or comparisons to unlike systems, but consider how our cameras have worked in Brookline, how valuable they are in Brookline, and whether or not they've been effective in helping us prevent and solve crimes in Brookline. I've spoken extensively with residents to get a sense of how they feel about the cameras, and I even sent out an online survey with one question.
30 seconds.
I had 163 responses to my survey. 6% want to see them removed from use in support of this article. 3% want to see the cameras remain on the current limited use, and 90% responded that they would like to see the cameras moved to full-time operation. Tonight we will vote for what is best for our community and the balance between civil liberties and safety, and I suggest to you the two are not in opposition. As for a great many, safety within a community is what fosters true freedom. I urge you to vote no on warrant Article 18 and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. Mr. Pollenbaum, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Bassett, Precinct 6. I urge you to vote yes on the Spiegel amendment, and if that fails, then to vote yes on Article 18. My wife and I love animals. On a cold desert night, we would want the whole camel in the tent, not just the camel's nose, but we don't want cameras in the tent. This is an article that is not just about facts. There are facts all over the place. It must be true that in some cases, including serious crimes, the cameras have helped. It is also true that cameras have not helped police for very long, and that there were other ways of solving crimes before the cameras came. It is certainly true there are studies showing that cameras have not reduced crime rates in other places where they have been liberally used. This is a resolution. It is also and primarily about feelings. If you approve of the current trend, and there is a trend, not just nationally, but there is a trend in Brookline. It starts with 2 mobile cameras, then we had 12 or 11, because one is in Boston, I think, of the stationary Department of Homeland Security cameras. We have the automated license plate reader that can do 1,000 photos a minute. We have cameras in public housing. We have cameras in our schools. We have cameras in the library. In the libraries, there's a proposal now to increase the 11 cameras to 24/7. So this is the direction. The amendment and the article simply offer us a chance to pause, to say slow down or stop here. I urge you, again I say, camels yes, cameras no. Please support the amendment, and if that fails, please support Article 18. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Ian Pollenbaum. I'm Precinct 6. I'm on the Camera Committee. And I also have I had a recent and disastrous career as a yoga instructor, because when I considered the issue here and when I heard the rhetoric heat up and when I saw the PAC's letter, the phrase that Marty said that really got me wasn't just doing the bidding, but the menace to a free society part. And then I sent the email out that you all saw that said, take a deep breath. And some people hyperventilated instead. But it is serious. It's serious because it's a public safety policy issue, and it has to be based not just on feelings and conjecture, but on the evidence. It's also serious because people have real and legitimate concerns. There is plenty to fear about government intrusion, especially the most secretive and invasive kinds, the ones that really get to our private activities and communications, and I have never disrespected or disparaged those feelings. My father was subject to FBI inept attempts to track him and compile a dossier full of wrong information based on his political activities. I get it. I just don't think the cameras are a good fit here. And so I think it's a little sad that when people point out what these cameras actually do and don't, and how they're run and how they're regulated, the response from some has been just to ratchet up the fear. It's ironic because there are accusations of fear-mongering on both sides, but there's a lot of fear behind this article. When it's pointed out that the cameras not only are not used to track individuals, but that it's simply not feasible, go look at the screens in the police department and see if those can be used to follow somebody around town. And yet, we hear tracking, tracking, tracking. Follow us and watch us. And then the letter we got today, they help spy on us and our stuff. When it's pointed out that this video footage is kept, controlled, maintained, access controlled, and eventually purged unless it's used for an investigation on site across up the street at the Brookline PD, and it's not streamed to any spy center somewhere, the response is just to repeat. Data banks, databases, perpetual dragnets, mass surveillance, mass surveillance, mass surveillance, and a suggestion that it might be linked to your E-ZPass records, which is particularly thought-provoking, I'll call it, because I mean, I'm a prosecutor. If I want your E-ZPass records, I can get them, but I need a court order. Can the feds grab them some other way that we don't even know about? Maybe they can. But do you think restricting these cameras in town is going to have any effect on that whatsoever? Here's what the cameras do. When they're on, they record certain view of 11 intersections. If something happens there or nearby that warrants investigation, the police can go back and look at the footage and see if the camera shows anything useful. And of course, that only works when they're on, which is why there's a long list of missed incidents where they might have helped that's in the materials you've gotten. If there's something useful, it's taken and saved and used for an investigation. And something useful, as you've heard, takes many forms, so I'm not going to use up time listing them again. If there's no specific reason to keep them, they're purged. Currently, after 14 days, that could change to 30, but that's not before us tonight. I urged people to read that Selectman's special order that controls the cameras, and nobody took me up on the offer to send them a copy, and I can only hope that's because everybody who needs to read it has before voting on this article. I hope that people have also looked at the Brookline Police Department reports of incidents, the types of things that the footage is actually requested and used for, and that gigantic, colossal statistic of 0, which is the number of abuses or misuses that have even been alleged, let alone documented. And the response again is, well, so what? Who knows what they're doing? They have drones. They can read our emails. They can listen to our calls. They can get into what we're thinking and who we associate with. And that's, yes, they can. But do you think restricting these cameras and how they're used will stop or even slow any of that? If the only practical effect here, if the article passes and the selectmen heed it in whatever form, if the only practical effect of that would be to take a useful tool away from our local police to say technology is advancing like crazy, but let's leave local law enforcement behind. Let the corporations do what they want, but leave the local police department behind. Then you have to ask yourselves, the only benefit is making some kind of statement, and before you think about making that some kind of statement, consider the feedback from your constituents. Consider whether people out there beyond the bubble that we're in here in town meeting, whether they're all feeling upset, violated, and defensive, and tracked and monitored by these cameras. That's not what our constituents are saying. And they're not saying that these cameras erode trust in law enforcement when they're used responsibly and under strict guidelines. So there's nothing wrong with ideology. I have it, everybody else has it. It shapes how we think, what we do.
Please conclude, sir.
But if ideology trumps not only the factual record, but also what people in town want, then I suggest it makes for bad public policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's have Mr. Gladstone's question, and then I'll entertain that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Chief O'Leary, I'd suggest you come forward.
Scott Gladstone, Precinct 16. I'd like to, Scott Gladstone, Precinct 16. I'd like to ask if the chief could address simply the question, since the last time we discussed this issue, what have been some of the highlights of use for this camera where crimes have been solved, or any, why have you found it useful? There are the numbers in the packet, but if you just give us some vignettes as to, that's emblematic of why you feel like they should be here, or even increased.
Chief O'Leary, I think you've heard a good deal of that from Ms. Hatchett, but go ahead, Chief.
Good evening. Dan O'Leary, the Chief of Police. I think I'll use a couple of examples that come off the top of my head. And up in Coolidge Corner, our cameras are on, as you've heard, 10 o'clock at night. In Coolidge Corner, after midnight, a lot of the traffic that you see is vehicular. It is not pedestrian. We have had a number of occasions where we have seen cars come down Harvard Street, turn left against the illegal left turn onto Beacon Street, and operate down the trolley tracks. Those people that come down the trolley tracks get stuck. When our officers respond, is probably a very good explanation that person has had too much to drink, and they're confronted with that evidence. Now, these people are removed from the roadway, making the roadway safer, and the lawyers and the district attorneys know the following day that that's not just something that's made up, that it is on film, that it can be used in part of the prosecution. We heard a lot of talk today about crime and what has it done to our crime rate. On our website, we show where our crime has been since 1994, and I point out that on the last 5 or 6 years, it's been the lowest it's ever been. This year is even lower. This year we're 9% on our Part A crimes lower, and there's a whole lot of reasons for that. Cameras, public and private, being one of them. You heard talk about the rape and abduction that occurred just after the 2009 town meeting. That was, we were put on the right track we were on to the subjects that were involved in that almost immediately based on the camera. And I'll tell you what the cameras did. The camera at Harvard and Beacon saw the victim step out of a cab, talk to the cab driver, saw a red pickup truck pull up beside and stop at the red light on Beacon at Harvard. Then saw the lady walk across the street. She went to the bank because the cab did not accept credit cards. Shows a truck pulling down Harvard Street. Shortly thereafter, the truck comes back as she's walking across to pay the cab driver. Then she goes out of sight, walking towards Com Ave on Harvard Street. Right after that, the truck goes by again. She's jumped, beaten, and taken into the truck at the intersection of Fuller Street. And then we know what she went through over the next hour and a half. The next day, we got that video. We enhanced it, the picture. We took the picture to a lot of car dealerships on Route 1 and to car repair shops up in Brighton. We were able to see through that photo the exact year, make, model, and the fact that the driver's door was a replacement door because the colors didn't match. Within 24 hours, we were in the driver of that guy's house in Brighton, had him under arrest. Within 48 hours after that, we had the second subject. And they did both plead to more than 20 years in jail based on the evidence that we were building that all started from that camera. And that's a fact. Furthermore, what it's done is reduced a lot of fear of crime, because we have a lot of times when people report crimes to us that really do not occur. And I want to give two examples because they're in high trafficked areas around town. One of them being in Brookline Village at 9:30 in the morning, where we have a lot of pedestrian traffic. A lot of our citizens walk around or they sit on benches down there, where we had a subject claim that he came out of court, walked down Brookline Village, was set upon by two individuals and robbed. We went to the camera that's located on the fire station at Route 9 and High Street. We were able to see that kid walk down Washington Street, come out, go to exactly where he said, but you know what? All he did was stand against the building and light a cigarette. He had a cigarette and he walked away. That never happened. Now imagine if we put out in the public view that we were looking for two subjects at 9:30 in the morning committing an armed robbery in Brookline Village. That didn't happen. More recently, we had 3 armed robberies, a series of armed robberies, including a stabbing in North Brookline. We solved all of those cases, all solved through cameras. Not our cameras, because they did not come towards Beacon Street, they went towards Com Ave. But through public cameras and the transit police cameras, we were able to solve them, bring all those subjects into custody. But shortly after that, we did a community meeting in North Brookline, attended to well over 100 people. I've never been to a community meeting in this town that had that many well-attended, and we talked about one subject, violent crime in North Brookline. We were able to tell all those people there what we did, how we did it, and what it solved. Not long after that, I got an email about 10:30 in the morning from a resident of North Brookline, wanting to know what was going on. A friend of the family reported, a friend of hers reported to this lady that the boyfriend of their daughter left the house at 1 o'clock in the morning, went up to Coolidge Corner, and was assaulted and robbed by 3 individuals who fled down Longwood Ave. These 3 individuals went out of sight. A Brookline police cruiser came up. This man flagged them down, gave the description to the Brookline police cruiser. The cruiser went down Longwood Ave in pursuit of the subjects and never returned. A police car never came to talk to that subject, the alleged victim at Beacon and Harvard Street. At 10:30 in the morning, I went to our computer and I looked at to see what was going on. There was no report of a crime. I went down the hall to the detectives and I said, I want this looked at. I don't know what's going on here, but this is alleged to have happened. We went to the cameras and we saw what happened. Then we went to the family that had reported this, and we were able to track down the alleged victim. Well, we got him into the station all right, and he started to tell us a story about his robbery, and then we simply said to him, let's go look at the video that we have from the camera there, because that video showed him walking at 1 o'clock at night, 1:20 at night, by the bank at Beacon and Harvard, sitting on the bench, being accosted by absolutely no one. No cruiser going by, and then him walking out of sight. You know what he did? He got in a fight with his girlfriend, and he wanted to get back in her good graces. So he said that he was the victim of a robbery, and he could have put the entire North Brookline back in a state of fear. Now,
Well,
those
Chief,
cameras-
I appreciate these anecdotes, and they're very interesting, but
Okay.
I think we've had enough of a sense of how the cameras have helped the police department, and perhaps an adequate response to Mr. Gladstone's question. I have said that I take the motion for the question. Is there someone who wishes to move the question? Is there a second? Okay, motion has been made and seconded to terminate debate. I have the following persons signed up to speak in favor of the main motion: Mr. Fisher and Ms. Vanderzeel and Jesse Rossman, who's a non-resident. I have the following people signed up to speak against the main motion: Mr. Jones, Mr. Burstein, and Mr. Levine. On the motion for the question, which requires a two-thirds vote, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries by a two-thirds vote. We will deal first with Mr. Spiegel's amendment, which would maintain all of the resolved clauses of the main motion, but substitute for the last clause, now therefore be it resolved, that the town meeting urge the selectmen not to increase beyond current levels the hours of operation, etc. Yes, Mr. Richmond.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote on Mr. Spiegel's amendment?
Yes.
Okay, if there are 35 town meeting members who wish a recorded vote, we will have one. And as has become our want, there are. This is Article 18, Spiegel Amendment. S-P-I-E-G-E-L.
I have a question, Mr. Moderator. Procedural.
Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
Scott Gladstone, Precinct 16. So if the Spiegel Amendment gets approved, is that the end of the vote?
No. We will then vote on the main motion as amended by the Spiegel Amendment. If the Spiegel Amendment fails, we'll vote on the main motion intact. Okay. On the Spiegel Amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, which is on page 1 of the pink supplement, please stand and press 1. Thank you. You may be seated. Those opposed, please stand and press 2. Thank you. Mr. Spiegel's amendment passes by a vote of 122 to 73 with 5 abstentions. On the main motion, on page 18-1, Mr. Carroll.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
If you wish a recorded vote, please stand and we'll have one. We'll have a recorded vote. On the this is Article 18, main motion. You're voting on the motion on page 18-1 as amended by the Spiegel Amendment. Those in favor of the amended motion, please stand and press 1. Those opposed, please stand and press 2. Thank you. You can be seated. Motion carries by a vote of 122 to 86, 113 to 86 with 4 abstentions. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business on this, under this warrant. I commend to you the reports included under Article 19 of the Climate Action Committee and the Moderators Committee on Parking. And I will take a motion to dissolve the fall town meeting. Is there a second? Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Please remember to turn in your handheld devices in the rear of the auditorium.